Chapter 679. The flames were like a sea and were everywhere. It was as if the world had been set ablaze. Nothing else could be seen, only nine-colored mist lingering about. It was incomparably blazing hot. Even though they were quite far away, many palaces made of essence gold melted, evaporating completely, nothing left behind. This was an Azura Hell's diagram. Howls rose and fell as most of the Wang clan's younger generation were submerged within, struggling in the sea of flames. Just now, Wang Teng had won a great victory. Many people from their clan came up to congratulate him and gathered together. But now, it had become a tragedy. The Wang clan's three elites, known as the three most powerful youths under Wang Teng, immediately turned into ashes. They only let out a hurried cry before disappearing forever. Wang Chengquan's vision darkened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the hope of their Wang clan's future, and he died just like that. Another fierce roar quickly stopped, and there was no more sound. The generation's powerhouse Wang Chengyun held on for a moment, but the human-shaped torch also turned into dust in the end. Not even a bone was left. Wang Chengquan was so heartbroken that he almost fainted. This was his blood brother, a famous warrior in the clan. His strength was unfathomable and not inferior to him. He was at the prime of his life, yet his life ended just like that. No! He cried out, but he was powerless to stop it. The flames spread and devoured the heaven and earth. Even his son North Deity was about to die. How could this be? One of the Wang clan's elders was so angry that his eyes were about to split open. He wanted nothing more than to pounce over and tear Yifan's flesh apart. This was an unbearable pain. Miserable cries rose and fell. Most of the Wang clan's people were gathered in front of the golden ancient war chariot. Most of them were from the younger generation, but not a single one survived. They were completely wiped out. This was where their hope lay, the future pillar of the clan. However, he became smoke in a single day. All the effort and resources they had spent to nurture him for so many years were all for naught. In the end, two more miserable cries rang out. The other two relatively young powerhouses died a violent death and were erased from this world. This fire was too bitter. It burned three powerhouses from the Ji clan to death. Just now, if Wang Chengquan hadn't been smashed by the bronze coffin and half of his body flew out, he would definitely have died under the divine flames. So ruthless, so ruthless. The Wang family's Xian ancestor and the remaining 7 or 8 people were all trembling. They were so angry that they couldn't even speak. Those who could come to the Ji family were all elites. They were killed just like that. The losses were incalculable. 3 great figures died, and the younger generation's heroes were almost completely wiped out. This type of pain was too miserable. Without several decades of new blood, there would be a gap. Meanwhile, what left them the most terrified was that their family's imperial prince Wang Ting's life was in danger, on the verge of death. The flames had turned his body into charcoal, and it seemed like there was no way to save him. The North-the-Arch was indeed very powerful. Even a cult patriarch would definitely die after being engulfed by the 9-colored flames. Yet, the North-the-Arch had persisted until now to fight against the death god. Even though the 9-colored mist even submerged his head, he still didn't die. He released a fierce roar, resisting the divine flames alone. This was a type of powerful physique that possessed a trace of undying divinity. Many holy masters felt ashamed of their inferiority as they didn't die in the tribulation flames. Yifan was also apprehensive. Even though the North-the-Arch was a vicious enemy, he was truly too powerful. He didn't just shoot out a single divine flame. This time, he flipped the black gourd over and drowned the entire place with the 9-colored sacred flames. Even so, he still couldn't burn Wang Teng to death. Even a living fossil would die if it came. His corporeal body definitely couldn't be so powerful. He had the power of undying divinity, a body that transcended mortality. No wonder he could fight against the Battle Saint Apes. Some people muttered in their hearts. The Battle Saint Apes were the royal race with the strongest physique among the ancient lifeforms, and the North-the-Arch had fought against them in the Qinling Mountains. Even though their corporeal bodies were at a disadvantage, they were almost on par. However, Wang Ting finally couldn't hold on anymore. Half of his corporeal body had turned into charcoal, and there wasn't a single bit of life force left. He couldn't really block these flames, and it was only a matter of time before he was destroyed. Take her! The people of the Wang family shouted. They no longer had a trace of arrogance, and their faces were all pale. If the North the Arch died, the clan's great plans would all be for naught. Heaven severing. Tao severing. Severing the self. The North the Arch suddenly roared loudly. A golden primordial spirit rushed out from his head and manifested into a deity. Then, it turned into a Tao sword and hacked down. Puh! He severed himself, and his corporeal body turned into dust. A wave of clear energy surged, and under the protection of the Tao sword, he went against the sky and reformed his body. His precious appearance was dignified, as if a deity had descended into the world of mortals. What kind of mysterious technique was this? Everyone was shocked. It was a situation of inevitable death, yet he actually escaped again, producing a body that was like that of an immortal king. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the great sect masters and living fossils felt their hearts jump. They almost cried out involuntarily. Self-severing Tao illumination art. Finally, the Crimson Dragon Taoist's eyes became sluggish. He spoke these words, and his mood seemed to be extremely heavy. Many cultivators were shocked. This was a mysterious and terrifying ancient technique. Severing the past self, using one's heart to understand the Tao, transcending the present self, proving the future, and seeing one's heart clearly. This ancient technique has appeared in the world again. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. This was a special technique that shocked the endless eras, seizing the fate of heaven and earth. It was immeasurable from past to present, the most terrifying type of technique. Could it be that the legends are true? The vicious person has 4 bodies, and ancient chaos is one of them. The Crimson Dragon Taoist's expression became serious. Self-severing Tao illumination art was rumored to be related to the vicious person. He shed off his demonic body and gave birth to a new divine core, becoming famous for another era. In the sky, Wang Ting suddenly released a loud cry. Blood flowed from his entire body, and every inch of his skin ruptured. He was almost turned into a lump of meat paste. Fortunately, this isn't the flawless self-severing Tao illumination art. The Crimson Dragon Taoist released a breath of relief. He was a living fossil, yet even he had this type of expression. One could imagine the pressure the others felt. Self-severing Tao illumination art is recorded in the imperishable heaven art. Regardless of whether it is the present world or the past, no one has ever obtained it. The 5th bandit Wu Dao spoke. In the present world, the Undying Scripture and Wuxia Scripture were both extremely mysterious. Apart from the 2 great emperors, they had never appeared in this world before. Outsiders had no way of cultivating them. Boom! Yi Fan didn't want to give him a chance. At this moment, he didn't conceal his killing intent at all, and he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. He rushed up, and the little black gourd in the middle of his brows spat out 9 colored sacred flames, covering the sky in an instant. Take her! The people from the Wang clan cried out in alarm. Someone made a move and attacked Yi Fan, but he was blocked by the copper coffin. Chaotic Sky Secret Art, Self-Exile. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, and an endless dimensional abyss appeared, swallowing him inside. Thus, he avoided this shocking attack and escaped from certain death. Eternal darkness, endless coldness, swallowed the North the Arch, and he disappeared from his original position. Previously, he used the Chaotic Sky Secret Art to banish Yi Fan, but now, he was the one who buried himself inside. Take her! Wang Ting's father rushed over, and there were 2 doyens following him. They wanted to kill Yi Fan. The 3 of them were incomparable, and they couldn't be resisted. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid. As the saying goes, 1 strength can defeat 10. Now that he had a flame in his hand, he had the world. Unless he could find a secret treasure that could restrain the flame, he would only be sending himself to death. Boom! Divine flames danced in the sky, and the 9 colored clouds appeared. It was as if an endless star region had collapsed and was going to cremate the 3 experts. The 3 of them could look down on a region, and their methods were superb. They immediately retreated and avoided this attack. Stop! The Ji clan's 8 ancestors shouted. Retreat! The Wang clan's old ancestor also ordered and went forward personally. Buzz! At the same time, a living fossil of the Ji clan made a move. He didn't want the important figures of the #1 ancient aristocratic clan in the North Plains to have any mishaps. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. He made a move at the same time as the G-clan's Saint Lord. A great void crack slashed out, instantly separating the two worlds, forcibly opening up a void world between the holy flame and the others, separating them from each other. This was the secret art of the G-clan. In terms of the study of space, no one could surpass it. Although the chaotic sky secret art was involved, it wasn't the fundamental divine art of the ancient chaos Great Emperor. The Void Great Emperor had absolute control over space, and no one could compare to him. He had heaven-defying methods, and no one could defeat him. The final pages of the Void Scripture contained the true Forbidden Emperor art. Up until now, those who had seen it had either died or were buried in the cosmos. Yi Fan didn't give chase and stood still. He didn't want to make things difficult for the G-clan. If he started a war with them, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Take her! Wang Chunkuan shouted loudly. His eyes were red, and he looked incomparably sinister. North deity, I'll wait for you to come out and truly kill you. Yi Fan snorted coldly. A fiery light descended from the space between his brows and enveloped him within to protect himself. In the distance, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This kind of terrifying flame could burn all living fossils to death, yet he didn't fear it at all. Everyone was astonished. The saint physique is actually this strong. At this moment, everyone was muttering. This was a flame that even Wang Tang could only cut himself off, yet he was bathing in it. The Sun Scripture is indeed the mother scripture of the human race. It can control all the flames in the world. People didn't understand how terrifying the saint flame of the 9th level of the fire domain was. Even if Yi Fan cultivated the Sun Scripture, he couldn't resist it. Only the Bodhi seed could. Is North Deity really dead? Is he lost in the dimensional space that he created? Everyone was astonished. An hour had already passed, and he still hadn't appeared. It was difficult to come out alive after entering that kind of void. Dong! The chaotic clouds scattered, and the void opened up. North Deity rushed out. Even though he was covered in blood, he stabilized his corporeal body and allowed himself to be in a peak state. To be able to cultivate the incomplete beheading me clear Tao art to such a state, it's truly unbelievable. People exclaimed. It was impossible for Wang Ting to transform into a divine fetus. Since ancient times, only one person had done it. However, North Deity had used it to save his life. It was enough to shock the world. Yi Fan didn't have any extra tricks. Without another word, he took out the black gourd and held it in his hand. He activated it to his heart's content. The 9-colored flame was endless, covering the sky and covering the earth. Wang Teng was the strongest opponent he had ever met. He surpassed everyone in the past, and it could be said that even the Saint Lords were somewhat afraid of him. However, he didn't make Jianghu feel pressured. Do you really think that I, North Deity, am just an empty title? Wang Teng was really angry. Ever since he was born, he had been invincible. No one was a match for him. Now, his corporeal body was destroyed by someone. 9 secrets. He shouted and was about to use the 9 secrets. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god. His left eye was a true dragon, and his right eye was an immortal phoenix. Treasure, please turn around, Yi Fan said casually. His main purpose was to activate the flames to burn down the heavens and destroy North Deity. However, a shocking scene really happened. A concentrated ancient universe rushed out from the black gourd. Countless stars condensed, and the star field flickered. The universe star field turned into an immortal sword and flew out. PFFF. It was really too fast. The immortal sword rushed over and immediately chopped off North Deity's head. Then, it slashed a few times and was chopped into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could the tables turn so quickly? Wang Teng was about to rise up, but before he could do anything he was killed. It's it. It actually still exists in this world. During the ancient era, it killed an ancient king. Zi Tiando suddenly stood up, and his purple eyes shot out too frightening splendor. Chapter 680. Yi Fan was also stunned. He had only said it casually, but this mysterious gourd had actually moved. That beam of light was too fast, and even North the Arch couldn't dodge it. His head rolled down and was struck by the sword light, turning into a ball of white paste. There were still traces of blood on it, and it was beyond recognition. In Yi Fan's hand, An ancient universe appeared at the mouth of the gourd. It was small and deep. The sword light that flew out was formed by it, and it had already returned. "Let's see how you're going to come back to life," Yi Fan shouted. The head was a vital part of the human body, and the primordial spirit resided there. If it was destroyed, the consciousness would also turn to dust. This was the destruction of the spirit, and it was more thorough than death. Of course, he was still a little worried. After all, North the Arch was too famous, and everyone in the 5 regions knew of his heaven-defying strength. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Immediately, he activated the black gourd. Endless flames rushed out and flew forward, wanting to burn Wang Ting's corpse and turn it into ashes. One of the elders from the Wang clan went crazy. He couldn't bear it anymore and attacked Yi Fan. In the distance, the red dragon Taoist snorted and attacked with the 8 forms of the true dragon. One finger broke through his forbidden technique and blocked in front of him. Pop! Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the air. North Thearka's head that had turned into paste quickly healed. His body was transforming, and he retreated quickly to avoid the holy flames. His body was covered by a golden divine light, and he was bathed in the holy light. He was like a phoenix that had been reborn from the fire, giving off a sacred feeling. How can this be? His head is already destroyed. How can he still be alive? Could his primordial spirit have escaped first? That's impossible. This defies common sense. No matter how strong a person is, once his primordial spirit is destroyed, he will no longer exist and be removed from the world. I clearly saw his consciousness shatter just now. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. They couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. Only Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of a possibility. It should be a great emperor's holy item that saved Wang Ting's life. It must be the ancient chaos, the arch talisman. As expected, in the heart of Wang Ting's brows, a walnut-sized divine talisman was shining brightly like a rising sun. It was full of vitality. Ancient Chaos Emperor Talisman. Finally, a living fossil cried out in alarm, guessing what that damaged rare treasure was. Back then, Wang Chong had one. Although it had been shattered, it had been able to preserve his life and allow him to regenerate. Naturally, the reason why Wang Ting dared to give that piece of treasure away was because he had another piece that could protect him. And now, it had finally shown itself. The primeval Chaos Immortal Emperor was extraordinarily talented, and the talisman he inscribed seized fortune and possessed unbelievable might. Even one's soul core can be revived after being severed. It's truly inconceivable. Everyone's eyes flickered with a peculiar brilliance. With such a treasure on their body, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Even a situation of certain death had been resolved because of this. It was truly enviable. Unbelievable. What kind of opponent did the Northern Plains Soul Ancient Chaos Heavenly Emperor encounter? Even his divine talisman was shattered. One can only imagine how difficult that battle was. When a living fossil thought of this problem, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. Countless thoughts emerged in his mind. Unless it was the Origin Ancient Mine and the other 7 great forbidden areas, what other existence could make the great human race emperor feel strained? Treasure, please turn around. Yi Fan chanted the so-called incantation again. However, this time, the black gourd didn't have any reaction at all. Even the ancient universe at the mouth of the gourd sank back into the gourd. Treasure, please kill. Treasure, please behead him. Treasure, please behead him. Treasure my ass. Yi Fan shouted repeatedly, but it was useless. He was so angry that he almost smashed the black gourd away. This thing was different from the legends he had heard before. It was definitely not the same thing. Everyone in the distance. On the other side, Wang Teng reconstructed his origin with the primeval Chaos Emperor talisman. He stood in the void and looked over coldly. He was a little puzzled. With his true battle strength, he didn't fear anyone in the world. As long as the victorious fighting Buddha, the old madman, and the peerless divine kings didn't jump out, he could run amok in the world and almost be on par with the living fossils. However, today, he suffered a series of misfortunes. Yi Fan used all kinds of methods to kill him. He was as furious as he could be. He couldn't afford to lose on the path of a great emperor, and he wouldn't allow himself to be defeated. Once he was injured in the hands of someone, he had to kill the enemy. Otherwise, he would never be able to cross the hurdle in his heart. A great emperor should be invincible. Before the 9 secrets word formula, Wang Ting chanted in his heart. He wanted to use the 9 secrets to kill the enemy. He had obtained it from the Eastern Barren Lands and would use it against the great enemy of the Eastern Barren Lands. 9-colored divine light shot out from his body. Especially the point between his eyebrows. It was like a golden sun shining high up in the sky. Thousands of silk-like rays of light fell down and enveloped him. Yi Fan immediately sensed it. This was an aura of the same origin. The other party had a secret technique similar to his inheritance. 9 secrets. Wang Ting's left eye was like a true dragon, and his right eye was like an immortal phoenix. They were about to transform into the Tao. The silk-like ribbons shot out from between his eyebrows, distorting the space and forming a special domain that spread in all directions. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He quickly retreated with the row formula and shouted for the black gourd again, but it was useless. Without a sound, Yi Fan was obstructed. The distorted domain occupied half the sky and covered him below. This was a formless killing intent. He couldn't touch it, but he could feel the bone-piercing killing intent. In the distance, Zi Tiandu's eyes flickered with an indescribable expression. He stared unblinkingly at the black gourd and muttered, "It released a terrifying power during the archaic years. It wasn't destroyed even in that kind of battle and only suffered some damage." His elder sister, the purple-eyed girl, was also in a strange mood. She stared at the black gourd and asked in the archaic language, "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" "Correct, it's exactly the same as what was recorded in the archaic divine texts. It's this. I really didn't expect it to survive that great battle," Zi Tiandu said. The purple light in his eyes flourished even more as he stared fixedly at the black gourd. On the battlefield, Yi Fan activated the black gourd's sacred flames to resist the distorted domain. He wanted to burn everything. He was shocked. The domain was still there, existing together with the sacred flames. It couldn't be extinguished by the flames. It was pervasive and arrived in front of him. Chang. His entire body shone as he evolved the battle saint technique. A golden taiji circle appeared and collided with the domain, producing a layer of ripples. Then, he suddenly trembled as his primordial spirit suffered an attack. His body couldn't help but tremble. This wasn't an ordinary attack, but rather a divine consciousness. It pierced through the void, ignoring tangible attacks and using the formless domain to affect him. Fortunately, his golden taiji circle was immortal and blocked the fatal blow. Otherwise, he might have been killed in one blow. It's the secret words before the 9 secrets. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had long heard of this secret and desired it greatly. He didn't expect it to be on Wang Ting's body. The secret words before could cultivate the primordial spirit and make the divine consciousness immortal. It could even affect the physical body and expand one's divinity. It was incomparable. No wonder his primordial spirit is so powerful. His physical body endured the fire tribulation for such a long time. Yi Fan immediately understood and began to figure out the reason. Of course, the true power of the secret words before was not limited to this. Apart from cultivating the primordial spirit and having the immortal divinity, one could also foresee everything when one reached a high realm. The before was also named after this. The consciousness of the human body was the most mysterious. It contained boundless immortal energy, and when one reached a certain level, one could foresee everything and know everything in advance. It could be said that once the consciousness was excavated, endless secrets would be opened. The secret words before were mainly cultivated to allow everything to be advanced. At this moment, Wang Teng was using the secret words to release the domain of the Sea of Consciousness. It was formless and traceless, and the primordial spirit slashed the Tao. Yi Fan was astonished. He observed carefully and found that it wasn't that the sacred flames couldn't destroy the domain. It was just that this distorted domain could foresee everything and avoid it in advance. It was as if it was ineffective. It wants to slash my primordial spirit. While he was shocked, he was also glad that this secret was difficult to cultivate. North the Arch was only at the beginner level and couldn't foresee everything in advance. Otherwise there would be no need to fight. However, this was enough. The secret words before made Wang Teng's primordial spirit exceptionally strong. He could always foresee things half a step in advance. There was a kind of immortal divinity that gave him the upper hand in battle. As Yi Fan used the battle saint technique, he used the golden Tai Chi circle to resist. Then, he used the army formula and took out the black gourd, which spewed flames towards Wang Teng. The so-called foreseeing and foreseeing everything had a prerequisite. The power had to be within a controllable range. Now the black gourd was coming with a destructive aura, and Wang Teng's expression changed. The army formula was unparalleled, and the art of controlling weapons was the best in the world. The black gourd broke through the void and almost entered Wang Teng's body. The flames rose to the sky. He retreated immediately and used the chaotic sky secret technique. He wanted to send the black gourd into the boundless dimensional abyss and cut off its connection with Yi Fan. This was indeed the best plan. Banishing the black gourd was equivalent to cutting off one of Yi Fan's arms. It would lose its attacking power. However, the army formula was unparalleled, and Yi Fan's control of weapons was superb. The North Thearka's chaotic sky secret technique could not cut off the connection and could not banish the black gourd. He was almost burned to ashes. What's more, the black gourd began to suppress his domain. The flames poured down. Even if one could foresee it, one could not avoid it. The powerful North the Arch could not do anything about the sacred flames in the 9th level of the fire domain. Unless he retreated, he would not be able to withstand it. Chaotic ancient sacred art. Wang Ting shouted. He finally started to use the Northern Plains' only ancient Thearka's unparalleled secret technique. At this moment, the past and present were in chaos. He used an extremely frightening divine art that disturbed time and space. He divided the time and space around Yi Fan into many pieces. The time in each piece was disconnected and chaotic. Before, strip the primordial spirit, seal the primordial spirit forever, and displace the restriction of the ancient. At the same time, he used the before word again and combined it with the chaotic ancient sacred art. It was so frightening that it was beyond imagination. The living fossils were all shocked. In the disconnected time and space, in a specific place of nothingness, Yi Fan realized that his primordial spirit appeared in one domain, while his physical body and the black gourd were in another domain. It was as if they existed in different time and space. How do we break this secret technique? The 5th bandit, Wu Dao, was terrified. There is no solution. We can only break it with our strength. The Red Dragon Taoist said with a serious expression. In the distance, the other cult masters' expressions changed. If it was them, they might also be killed by Wang Teng. They really could not think of a way to break it. The ancient Thearka's secret technique is indeed frightening. It has not reached the phenomenal stage yet and has just entered the palace hall, but it has already created such an unsolvable situation. The people of the Wang clan were all delighted. The lucky young people were in high spirits, and Wang Chunkuan was sneering. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others were extremely worried. The Jade Lake Saint Lady was also paying close attention. The Southern Demon and Qi Huashui were also moved. Everyone's attention was focused on them. Saint Physique, what do you have to fight with me? The gap is the gap. Heretics can't achieve anything. Wang Ting roared. His black hair stood on end as his primordial spirit took form. It attacked from the same spacetime as Yi Fan's divine senses. Yi Fan calmed himself down. The Tao Scripture, Western Imperial Scripture, Eternal Universe Scripture, Supreme Sovereign Scripture, and Sun Sutra, a total of 5 ancient scriptures, resonated together. They played the divine sound of the great Tao in this chaotic spacetime. His entire body was sparkling like a 7-colored glass divine lamp. His 5 scriptures moved at the same time. He then circulated the army formula and unleashed the world's #1 weapon control technique. Buzz! The bronze ancient coffin trembled and flew over. It broke through the restrictions and entered this void. The small golden person in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness activated it with all its might. There was a deafening sound as the bronze coffin rose into the sky and swung. Pa! Ah! The North the Arch screamed miserably. The bronze coffin struck his primordial spirit squarely and shattered it. Want to leave? You have nowhere to go. Yi Fan shouted. He used the army formula to activate the bronze coffin and attacked again. PFFF. The North Thearka's incomparably powerful divine senses collapsed in an instant. The small golden person in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness reached out and grabbed the ancient chaos the arch talisman with a bang. Let's see how you are going to revive. Yi Fan broke through this strange spacetime in an instant. His divine senses entered his corporeal body. He then took a step forward and smashed down with the bronze coffin in his hand. PFFF. Wang Ting's corporeal body was also turned into mud and splattered everywhere. It was no longer recognizable. Everyone knew that the North the Arch had no hope of survival. He had a great divine ability, but he couldn't use it. He was completely restrained. All the flesh and mud splattered on the golden ancient war chariot. It was a bright red and incomparably bloody scene. There were also some broken bones, which made people shudder. It had to be said that this golden ancient war chariot was a sacred artifact of the sect. It had survived the fire calamity without being destroyed. Take her! Wang Chengkuan was so frightened that he almost fainted. He rushed over with the doyens beside him, wanting to deal a vicious blow to Yi Fan and seize the ancient war chariot at the same time. Yi Fan didn't stop. He took out the black gourd and activated the flames to burn. He wanted to destroy this ancient war chariot and completely refine everything about Wang Ting. Now, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. He wanted to destroy everything about his enemy. Even if a god came, he would fight. He didn't show any mercy as he activated the sacred flames towards the few experts. Stop! The Ji clan's 8 patriarchs shouted. Their eyes shot out divine radiance as they looked over coldly. Yi Fan didn't care at all. He did as he pleased and killed his way forward, drowning the front with flames. Impudent, you still dare to behave atrociously in my Ji clan. The Ji clan's 8 patriarchs shouted coldly. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a great sense of danger. He executed the row formula and fled several thousand meters away in the blink of an eye. In the firmament, a wisp of sacred light sprinkled down. The place where he was just standing was instantly destroyed. It was annihilated without a sound, and a kind of extreme Tao pressure spread out. The void ancient mirror suppressed the clan's trump card, eternally suspended in the void. Within the clan, some important figures could activate a wisp of emperor's might to protect the eternal Ji clan. Ji clan's old 8. You are going too far. The Crimson Dragon old Taoist stood up. In the distance, the monkey shouted loudly. With the dark gold club in hand, he also walked over and said, if you want to use power to oppress others, I don't mind drawing over an archaic king. Ji clan's old 8, you didn't ask about right and wrong and sided with the Wang family, actually using an extreme Tao emperor weapon to kill me. I want an explanation from you. Yi Fan was truly angered. Everyone was shocked. Ji clan had a void emperor weapon that floated in the eternal unknown. It could release extreme Tao emperor's might at any time. Yet Yi Fan dared to question and face it like this. Chapter 681. You want an explanation from me? Ji family's 8th ancestor spoke sinisterly. Stop talking nonsense. Why did you suddenly attack me? You don't know right from wrong and used an emperor weapon to kill me? Yi Fan wasn't polite at all. Anger surged in his heart. Just now, the other party had clearly wanted to kill him and used an emperor weapon to kill him. How many people in the world could dodge that? What was even more despicable was that he sneak attacked a junior. You are so daring to come to my Ji family and behave atrociously. Is this reason enough? Ji family's 8th ancestor's gaze was sinister. Ji family's 8th ancestor. Is this your reason? Yi Fan shouted. Ji family's 8th ancestor. You are too much. What reason is that? This battle was permitted by your family leader, and you attacked at the crucial moment to kill Yi Fan. Are you bullying him? Red Dragon's expression sank. This time, he came out of seclusion because of Yi Fan. Naturally, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. It's true that he fought Wang Ting, but he started a massacre and burned many unrelated people to death. Now, he wants to attack brother Chengkuan and the others. If this isn't acting atrociously, then what is? You have eyes but can't see the truth? Those people attacked him first and Yi Fan is defending himself. Monkey stepped forward and spoke rudely. He didn't care even if he was in the Ji family. Ji family's 8th ancestor was furious but he didn't explode. The monkey's identity was too sensitive. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear and he was the former Saint Prince. Even if the old Saint Emperor Dojan had passed away, if he touched him, there would be huge trouble. I fought Wang Teng and it was a matter of life and death. Others interfered and attacked me without reason. You didn't stop them and instead sided with them. You used an emperor weapon to kill me. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan's words were extremely disrespectful. Brat, Are you courting death? Provoking my Ji family? You deserve to die 100 times over. Ji family's 8th ancestor said coldly. Is this how the Ji clan does things? Everyone here can see it for themselves. You killed me for no reason at all, and in the end, you still say that I was provoking you? What kind of logic is that? Yi Fan's voice was very loud. I only need a single reason to kill you. Starting a fight in my Ji family, stirring up trouble, killing wantonly, you deserve death. Ji family's 8th ancestor said. What else do you have other than making empty accusations? Just because you're a member of the clan of the ancients, you think you can bully your peers as you please? Do you really think you're the leader of the Ji clan, or do you have the final say in this clan? Yi Fan swept his gaze across many people. Why are you doing this, 8th patriarch? Ji Ziyue floated forward and said, 3 years ago, Yi Fan saved my brother and my life in the middle ground immortal abode world. How could you do this? Enough, 8th brother, step down. The Ji clan's sacred master's face darkened as he berated the 8th ancestor. Clan head. The Ji clan's 8th ancestor wanted to say something. His most beloved descendant, Ji Hui, was killed by Yi Fan in the southern region back then. He had always wanted to find a chance to get rid of Yi Fan. Today, Yi Fan took the initiative to come to him, and it was a rare opportunity for him. Step down. The Ji clan's sacred master's tone became heavier. Since the ancient times, no one with the saint physique has proven their Tao and become the arch. They will always be a foil. This was what the Ji clan's 8th ancestor said to Yi Fan before he flicked his sleeves and left. Even if it's just a foil, it's the most resplendent one. The second in the world will always be there. What power can't I eradicate? Pang Bo mumbled. He actually wanted to say that he had eradicated a clan of the ancients, but he swallowed the words. If not, it would be too obvious, and many people in the Ji clan would feel uncomfortable. Even so, the Ji clan's 8th ancestor glared at him and Yi Fan for a long time before he flicked his sleeves and left. North the Arch was defeated. Until now, people still didn't dare to believe this fact. The number one of the young generation in the North Plains was killed just like that. It was too surreal. One had to know that Yi Fan's battle strength was indeed not as strong as North Thearka's, and the gap was not small. However, such an outcome caused many people to be stunned. Yi Fan had met many strong enemies and gone through many deadly tribulations. Without a doubt, North the Arch was the strongest one, but the threat of this battle was not strong. It didn't match the title of North the Arch. He relied on the black gourd and copper coffin to circulate all kinds of mental techniques to suppress Wang Teng. He didn't give Wang Ting any chance to display his battle strength. The battle had just begun, but it ended immediately. Wang Teng had obtained the inheritance of the ancient chaos the Arch. He had just displayed 2 emperor arts and didn't have the chance to display his world-shaking follow-up mystical art before he was destroyed just like that. Not only were the people of the Wang clan lamenting, but the other spectators also felt that it was a pity that North the Arch, whose battle strength made the older generation fearful, was defeated. This wasn't his standard. The golden ancient war chariot floated, and the divine radiance didn't diminish. True dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise circled around the chariot. It had to be said that this chariot was very mysterious. At this moment, Wang Ting's blood, flesh, and broken bones were all stained on the body of the chariot. When combined with such a sacred war chariot, the contrast was extremely shocking. Yi Fan didn't manage to obtain the first word of the 9 secrets. This secret might have disappeared from the world forever. This made him feel helpless and extremely regretful. Furthermore, he wanted to burn the golden ancient war chariot and destroy everything without leaving any traces. However, he didn't have the chance to do so now as the Ji clan's 8 ancestors had interrupted everything. Everyone returned to the vast hall that was forged with essence gold. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with a different gaze. He killed the North the Arch, and such battle strength was enough to make every sacred lord tremble in fear. The southern demon stared at the copper coffin beside Yi Fan but didn't say anything. She was pondering silently. Qi Huashui, on the other hand, was extremely astonished. It was as though she didn't know Yi Fan at all as she kept looking at him. She truly didn't expect that Yi Fan would actually kill the North the Arch who was on par with his brother. Her cherry mouth was gaping wide open. On the other side, the Jade Pool Saint Lady walked over gracefully. She smiled slightly and nodded to Yi Fan. They had known each other for a long time and naturally had a lot of good intentions. Be careful. The Jade Pool's fairy gathered her voice and transmitted it into Yi Fan's ears, leaving behind a faint fragrance as she walked to the side. Zi Tiandu was in another corner and was pondering non-stop. He was using the ancient divine language to speak to himself. He couldn't believe the appearance of the black gourd and was extremely excited. His sister had purple hair, and her face was as white as jade. She was also sizing up Yi Fan with a strange smile and said, "Will this person be able to fight against our race's ancestral king in the future? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wang Ting's potential is boundless, but didn't he still fall? The human race is terrifying, but this person won't live for long." Zi Tiandu sneered. "Don't make a move first. Observe for a period of time." The purple-haired young lady smiled lightly. Her celestial beauty caused the surrounding space to brighten up. The saint physique is unrivaled. His growth is hard to stop. In another corner, a cult master-level figure sighed. Not necessarily. Anything can happen in this world. Since ancient times, heaven-defying monsters have died prematurely. Another person said, "I don't think anyone will dare to make a move. If they offend a saint physique with boundless potential, they will have to live under his shadow for the next 10,000 years. You guys are wrong. If the Ji clan wants to kill him, it will be as easy as flipping their palm. There are no living souls under the void mirror. If they are determined to take action, even saints might not be able to stop them. This is an extremely good opportunity." Many people's expressions changed. If the Ji clan became hostile, then the saint physique would definitely be buried here. If they wanted to kill him, a single reason was enough. In the distance, even more people were discussing the battle just now. They all felt that it was extremely stunning. Both sides grasped the 9 secrets, and now, it was no longer a secret. When many people looked at Yi Fan, their expressions were all strange. This was a youngster with great potential. Once he became great in the future, he would be able to live for 10,000 years. Their descendants would have to live under his unmatched divine might. Intimidating for 10,000 years. Whenever they thought of this possibility, they would feel a tremendous pressure within their hearts. This was truly like a great mountain, making it hard for many people to breathe. They were worried for their descendants. In the Great Hall, groups of 3 to 5 people formed groups, 7 to 8 people formed groups. Those who were close to each other gathered together, discussing a few topics they liked. However, many people would look at Yi Fan from time to time. After this battle, his name would definitely spread far and wide. The impact would be too great. The rise of the saint physique would be like the sun in the sky. For a long time in the future, he would probably be the focus of everyone's attention. He is still so young. His future achievements are unpredictable. The Yin Yang sect is in trouble. I'm afraid the entire sect won't be able to sleep. There are many bones on the road to becoming a great emperor. For a long time in the future, if there is a war between emperors, there will most likely be many corpses lying under his feet. The news spread out immediately. The southern region was shaken, and everyone who had been paying attention to this battle was astonished. The result of this battle quickly spread to the vast eastern wasteland, the middle prefecture, the southern mountains, and the other places. The 2 words, Saint Physique, made people feel extremely heavy. Saint Physique, his rise is unstoppable. This was everyone's first reaction when they heard the news. After killing the North the Arch, who else could stand in his way? In the Great Hall, Jianghu was like a fairy. She smiled sweetly and spoke with her beautiful eyes. She was the darling of the heavens. She gathered all the beauty in her body. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her spiritual qi was overwhelming. Yi Fan walked together with her, which attracted many people's attention. Why did the Saint Physique come? To solve Jianghu's problems, he had to kill the North the Arch. Now that he had really done it, many thoughts appeared in everyone's mind. On the other side of the Great Hall, the people of the Wang clan were sad and angry, but they couldn't do anything. The treasure in Yi Fan's hand was too terrifying. Once the black gourd appeared, it burned everything. There was no way to stop it. Tinger's death is too unjust. Don't worry, I will take revenge for you. Wang Chengkuan roared like an owl. On the golden ancient war chariot, the broken flesh and bones flickered with the light of a mortal divinity. They trembled as if they had a spirit. Clang! Suddenly, A bell rang out. It was especially ear-piercing, and everyone in the Ji clan heard it. The Ji clan Saint Master's expression instantly changed, and he said, "Everyone, please excuse me." He left in a hurry, and the few doyens' expressions also changed. They quickly walked out and followed him to the deepest part of the Ji clan. The others didn't feel anything, but Yi Fan keenly sensed a trace of abnormality. He sighed and placed the copper coffin in front of him. In the end, he still had to use it. This is the will of the entire Ji clan. Or is it just a part of them? Are they going to strangle the Saint Physique today and kill him in the cradle? A few living fossils also felt the abnormality. Chapter 682. Could it be that the old ancestor is about to die? Ji Ziyue muttered. Her expression changed as she didn't sense the killing intent. There was an old ancestor of the Ji family who was on his last breath and was about to pass away. Unless there was something important or he summoned someone, this bell wouldn't be rung. The important elders of the Ji family had all left, leaving only a few old cultivators who weren't very strong to accompany them. When everything calmed down, there was a tremor outside the hall. A middle-aged man walked in with a white bone banner in his hand. He wore hemp clothes and a white headband. He was dressed in mourning clothes. "Saint Physique, come out and offer your head." His killing intent was like a blade, chilling to the bone. Behind him was a large group of people. There were men, women, young and old, all of them surging with killing intent. Judging from their clothes, they were all from the Ji family. Moreover, they were all direct descendants. Their identities were extraordinary. Ji Ziyue's expression changed. She immediately understood and said, "Little Yi, leave quickly." Then, she walked forward gracefully. Her expression was pure and holy like a moon goddess. She blocked the entrance of the hall and said, "What are you all doing?" "Ziyue, move aside. I want to kill this evil and take revenge for your great aunt." The middle-aged man's expression was dark. The leader was Ji Hui's eldest son. The others were also her blood relatives. This was clearly premeditated. As soon as the Ji family's Saint Physique and the others left, someone came to kill Yi Fan. The more powerful and ancient the aristocratic families, the more intense the power struggle. The Ji family was no exception. They were also divided into a few factions. Back then, even Ji Ziyue herself was almost killed by some people in the family. The mastermind was her cousin, Ji Bue. "This isn't the decision of the family head. You are breaking the family rules." Ji Ziyue stopped them. "Ziyue, you are wrong. This is the will of the entire family. Leave quickly. Today, Saint Physique must die." The middle-aged man's expression was terrifying. Swoosh! A strand of holy light appeared in the sky. That was the void ancient mirror floating. Someone was activating a strand of the Emperor's aura. This person was determined to get rid of Yi Fan. The great hall was dead silent. All of this happened too suddenly. Was this really the decision of the entire clan? If a powerful clan of the ancients took out an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the entire clan would want to kill a single person. Unless that person transcended the world and became a sage, they would not even be able to escape. This Ji family actually chose to kill the divine body. It's too sudden. Everyone was in an uproar. This type of unforeseen event happened, completely outside of everyone's expectations. "I don't believe you. This is your own decision. Aren't you afraid that the family head will punish you?" Ji Ziyue said in a crisp voice. "This is the will of the clan. Purple Moon, get out of the way. Don't make a mistake." The middle-aged man's expression was cold. The hall was in chaos. Everyone was retreating. If the extreme Great Emperor's might descended, no one would be able to block it. At this point, everyone already knew that there was definitely a powerful faction in the Ji family that wanted to eliminate Yi Fan. Even the Saint Lord and the others could be moved away. From this, one could see how powerful they were. The so-called divine body is nothing before reaching grand completion. If you want to kill him, then so be it. A powerful senior elder of the Ji family spoke. His voice was cold as it transmitted down from the sky. Then, the Ji family's eighth ancestor was the first to walk down. He had an endless cold smile on his face. With his hands behind his back, he stood on the high platform and looked down at Yi Fan, saying, "You killed my descendant and behaved atrociously in my Ji family. What do you think this place is? Not to mention that you haven't reached grand completion yet. Even if you did, it would be difficult for you to walk out of the Ji family after entering the ancient void mirror. Yi Fan sighed. He placed the copper coffin in front of him. Right now, it was useless to say anything. He could only block the might of the Emperor weapon. I won't allow you to do this. Ji Ziyue retreated, blocking in front of Yi Fan. She stretched out her arms and looked up at the divine light in the sky. An ancient mirror was faintly discernible. Ji family's 8th ancestor, what you are doing is too unreasonable. The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke, his expression heavy. Dong! The monkey stabbed the black rod in his hand into the ground, causing the entire ancient hall to shake. He said, "Does your Ji family really think that you are #1 in the world?" The 5th bandit Wu Dao sighed. You have to know that your Ji family isn't the only one with an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. You will reap what you sow today. My Ji family's killer saint physique has nothing to do with all of you. The Ji family's 8th ancestor laughed coldly. Do you all really want to kill me that badly? Yi Fan was extremely calm, not feeling any fear even when facing the void mirror whose name had shaken endless time. He faced them indifferently. Yes, I really want to kill you. Once I kill you, there will be no more suspense in the future. I won't have anything to fear. My Ji family also doesn't need a powerful saint physique. The Ji family's 8th ancestor spoke in unison, not wanting too many people to hear them. Are you sure you can kill me? Yi Fan asked calmly. What a joke. Not to mention you, even an ancient saint would be useless. Killing you is no different from stepping on an ant. The Ji family's 8th ancestor was full of confidence. 8th ancestor, you are walking further and further down this path. Not to mention the family head, even the other elders will suppress you after this. Ji Ziyue said. Little girl, you are still young. Our family's strength doesn't depend on outsiders. So what if he has a saint physique? We are the descendants of the great emperor. Do we need his protection? Killing him is the easiest. The Ji family's 8th ancestor said. This time, he transmitted his voice secretly. 8th ancestor, you are doing this out of selfishness. You want to take revenge for Aunt Ji Huizu. This is a huge taboo and the other elders won't agree. Ji Ziyue wanted to stall for time. Ziyue, you are wrong. Just at this moment, 2 figures appeared. The 2 elders of the Ji family walked out and stood behind the Ji family's 8th ancestor. You! Ji Ziyue's expression changed. She then stood in front of Yi Fan and said firmly, If you want to kill him, then destroy me under the void ancient mirror. The red dragon Taoist quickly carved formation patterns. With a flash of light, he wanted to teleport Yi Fan away. However, this ancient hall was very special and sealed all Dao patterns. The monkey was furious. His fiery golden eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light that pierced through the void. At the same time, he swept his cudgel, wanting to use the Battle Saint Ape Race's method to open up a spatial tunnel. However, the ancient hall made of gold shook and couldn't open up a path at all. Pangbo shouted, Do you want to become enemies with the monster race? Wang. The ancient hall shook and a holy light scattered down. Even the powerful red dragon Taoist and the monkey couldn't move. All of them were swept away and sent out of the battlefield. At the same time, Ji Ziyue disappeared into thin air. Who knew where she was swept by the light from the ancient mirror? At the center of the battlefield, only Yi Fan was left. No one could get close. The ancient hall rumbled and quickly turned into a training field in a strange space. The others could see it but couldn't get close. They could only watch from afar and marvel at the Ji family's understanding of spatial techniques. They were unparalleled in the world and no one could compare to them. Brat with the surname Yi, do you think I should destroy you under the ancient mirror piece by piece, or let you be riddled with holes and die slowly? The Ji clan's 8 ancestors stood in the sky and looked down with a kind of calmness. I said that you can't kill me and will self-destruct. Yi Fan's voice was powerful. Is that so? The Ji family's 8 ancestor shouted coldly. An ancient mirror floated in the air and a strand of extreme emperor aura scattered down. The hazy light was holy and noble, but the pressure was like the sinking of the universe. Everyone was terrified. Even if they were not in that special space, they could still feel the threat of death. The emperor weapon was unrivaled and undefeatable. A hazy light pressed down. There was still an endless distance between them. Yi Fan almost suffocated. His body felt like it was going to split apart. He quickly used the ancient coffin to block above his head. Wang! The void trembled as the holy light pressed down. A ripple appeared on the bronze coffin. The patterns on the surface of the coffin fluctuated unceasingly and rose to resist the overflowing might. Something that made everyone dumbfounded happened. A strand of Emperor aura flowed into the coffin like water but didn't penetrate it. Heavens, what happened? It blocked the Emperor weapon. This is heaven-defying. Too inconceivable. Even though it is just a strand of extreme Emperor aura, it is not something a human can contend against. How did it block it? Emperor weapon. The Void Emperor's weapon was actually blocked by that coffin. The outside was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe everything. A rusty coffin absorbed the Emperor aura and was unharmed. What is this? Ji family's 8 ancestors were in disbelief. They felt that killing Yi Fan here was as easy as blowing off dust. Using the void ancient mirror, they could slap him to death with a flip of their hand. This coffin is too strange. Another elder said with a sunken voice. I don't believe it can block the void ancient mirror. Ji family's 8 ancestors shouted. Then, they forcefully activated it. This time, it wasn't just a strand of Emperor aura, but a beam that descended. If the ancient saints were hit, they would immediately be pierced through. This was a wave of boundless might. It was as if millions and millions of stars in the cosmos gathered together and turned into a destructive beam. It was unstoppable as it directly pierced through the heavens and earth. This type of fluctuation made all the clouds in all directions scatter in an instant. The void completely distorted, and it was unknown just how many dimensional spaces it pierced through, passing through many small worlds. Yi Fan hid under the coffin and used it to resist the heavens. The beam of light descended and struck the coffin, but it still couldn't penetrate it. The small coffin was like a whale drinking water, quickly absorbing it. At this moment, it was absolutely silent. Everyone held their breaths. Only when the endless divine light in the sky disappeared and entered the coffin did everyone erupt with commotion. Extreme Dao. This is an extreme Dao weapon. Heavens, this is too inconceivable. There is another Emperor weapon in this world that has never been heard of before. It can block the light of the void ancient mirror. Everything was too crazy, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. The coffin that Yi Fan carried over was actually so terrifying. Not long ago, there were people who didn't think much of it. Ji family's 8 ancestors even mocked it, but they didn't expect it to be able to block the Emperor's might. Brother, do you know what that is? Qi Huashui asked. She had heard that Nan Yao had once seen the scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin in the Demon Imperial Palace. Nan Yao's expression was grave as he said, "It's an object from the outer realms. What's powerful isn't the coffin, but the thing buried within. Is it a corpse, or something else? I don't know." There was even less of a need to talk about the others. They were all shocked to the extreme. All of this was too unexpected, shocking everyone's imaginations. Many people suspected that they were dreaming. A coffin that could block an Emperor weapon was like a fantasy story. One has to know that this was carried in by Yi Fan like a sack. Just now, not a single person paid any attention to it. Little vile spawn, I don't care what you brought. Death is inevitable. There is no weapon in this world that is stronger than Emperor weapons. Ji family's 8 ancestors said coldly, revive the Emperor weapon, consign him to eternal damnation, never to reincarnate. Refine this coffin into my Ji family's ancient mirror. Just now, the aura emitted by the void ancient mirror was naturally released. Now, they wanted to awaken the deity within the ancient mirror and unleash the might of an ancient emperor. Boom! That ancient mirror appeared in the void and became more realistic. It began the process of awakening and emitted an aura that could split the heavens and earth. It was as if an ancient universe was evolving. The void ancient mirror must not be revived. Yi Fan thought to himself. If not, it would be equivalent to an attack from an ancient emperor. That was unimaginable. Dang! He did everything he could to circulate the army formula and used his brute force to forcefully open the coffin. Walala! He wrapped the immortal treasure map he obtained from the nest of 10,000 dragons around his body. Then, he brought out the myriad energy cauldron and stored himself inside. It was incomparably difficult. Yi Fan was sweating profusely and his entire body was about to split open. He opened a corner of the coffin and released a divine sound of the great Tao. What was inside the coffin? This was what everyone knew first. Could it really resist the awakening emperor weapon? Everyone almost suffocated. They wanted nothing more than to immediately see everything inside the coffin. Chapter 683. Yi Fan felt as if he was being dismembered by 5 horses. His entire body was in intense pain. He only used the Bing symbol art to lift up a corner of the copper coffin, not truly touching it at all, yet his essence energy was sucked dry. It was as if an immortal king's treasury was opened. A great Tao divine sound rang through heaven and earth. In addition, there was a sphere of precious light that swirled about the copper coffin, spreading outwards. Many people reached out their necks to watch from the distance, all of them wishing to see what was buried inside. Every single one of them were full of shock and confusion. However, then, many people felt fear, passively bowing down, kneeling down. It was as if they were facing a supreme deity, all of them panicking and uneasy. In the sky, that ancient mirror rose and fell, becoming more and more real. Previously, it was a projection from the void, but now, it truly appeared. It was simple and unadorned, releasing endless chaotic energy. This scene was horrifying to the extreme. A boundless whiteness covered everything, as if there were over 10,000 great waterfalls cascading down from beyond the heavens. It almost made one's mind shatter. Many cultivators couldn't endure it, kneeling down while trembling. The 2 ancient treasures both displayed irregular scenes, leaving everyone trembling with fear. There wasn't a single person who didn't feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. All of the sect master-level figures had long moved, fleeing who knew how many li into the distance. Most of the others fell weakly onto the ground, their bodies shivering. Even though they were far away, the sect master-level figures still felt their hearts palpitating, unable to help but shiver in fear, let alone the others. This was an unendurable weight. Do you all see? What is inside the copper coffin? Someone asked. An expanse of primal chaos, as if heaven and earth were being opened, impossible to see through. Someone cried out in alarm. How could it be like this? Which great emperor left this holy object in this world? Why have I never heard of it before? Everyone discovered with shock that these 2 weapons were incomparably terrifying. No matter how far they were from each other, they still made people feel fear from the very bottom of their souls, always wanting to kneel down and bow down, feeling a sense of subservience and reverence, unable to help themselves. The Void Mirror's revival process was extremely shocking. Primal chaos reached tens of thousands of zhang, as if it was the admiration of the heavens. It poured down in torrents, creating a boundless expanse of whiteness without end, submerging everything. Meanwhile, the copper coffin was like an ancient cosmos, continuously being born and destroyed there. Dense light mist was hazy, impossible to see through, as if it was a world source sea. It was stopped. The copper coffin stopped the void mirror's attack. Tens of thousands of white waterfalls fell into the coffin. What happened? Where did this coffin come from? How could it be like this? Everyone was horrified. The extreme Tao ancient mirror's aura was enough to crush a holy master. And now, so much chaotic light poured down. No one in this world could stop it, yet it was absorbed by the ancient coffin. This scene was incomprehensible, exceeding their imaginations. Was this the terrifying aspect of an extreme Tao weapon? It was not something that a human could withstand. At this moment, Yi Fan used the immortal treasures in the dragon lair of chaos to wrap his body and sank into the myriad qi cauldron. Finally, he managed to protect himself from being destroyed. It had to be said that using the copper coffin was very damaging to him. At this moment, it was all thanks to the void mirror that attracted the ancient coffin's attention. This mirror that had existed since ancient times possessed great destructive power. It was as if a great emperor was awakening, capable of killing anything that stood in its way. In the distance, a few powerful beings cried out miserably, coughing out blood from their mouths. They couldn't endure the divine might. It could destroy all things in this world. In ancient times, the great monarchs could pluck the stars and capture the moon. With their extreme Tao monarch weapons, they could strike down the stars of many star fields. Their battle prowess was unimaginable. Ah! How could it be like this? In the distance, someone cried out loudly, worshipping in fear, coughing out blood as he retreated. Fortunately, Ji family's divine gold ancient palace had formation patterns, sending away all of the people who fell limp on the ground. Otherwise, those people would have all turned into meat paste, all of them turning into bloody paste under the formless pressure. This was precisely the weapon of an ancient great emperor. It didn't truly revive, only possessing this type of power during the initial stages of revival. It was terrifying to the extreme. Anyone who stood in its way would inevitably turn to ashes. Youngster, let's see how long you can last. The Ji family's 8 ancestors in the sky were sinister. He and the 2 senators stood under the 10,000 streams of primal chaos waterfall. The void ancient mirror was controlled by them, so the 3 of them weren't affected by the impact. On the contrary, they were surrounded by primal chaos energy, protecting their bodies. Right now, it could be said that they were imperishable, no one able to break through them. Even if a saint came, they might still have a headache. The weapon of an ancient great emperor awakened, releasing boundless divine might, possessing undying boundless power. Yi Fan's mind tightened. That void ancient mirror in the sky was reviving, its power becoming more and more terrifying. He had to break through this stalemate. Dang! He activated the army character secret again, forcefully lifting the lid of the copper coffin. That corner became larger and larger, as if it was splitting apart heaven and earth. The first strand of light flew out. Everything in heaven and earth became brighter, the first streak of primal chaos appearing. An ancient cosmos seemed to have taken form, and the first divine sound rang out. It was as if an immortal king was lecturing on the Tao. Auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and divine lotuses were born from the earth. This was a terrifying and strange scene. The copper coffin was half opened, and all types of light and sound shot out. That place was covered in dense mist, impossible to see through. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping. All of the great primal chaos waterfalls poured down, rushing into the ancient coffin. It was incomparably terrifying, as if 10,000 great waves were gathered in a single ocean eye. It really stopped the void ancient mirror. This is a confrontation of the extreme Tao. The copper coffin absorbed the void ancient mirror's primal chaos light, continuously sucking it in. It was like a bottomless abyss that could never be filled up. Yi Fan was the closest, so he naturally wanted to see what was inside the coffin. However, his divine sense felt as if it was being pricked by needles, unable to approach the coffin at all. Moreover, if it wasn't for the void ancient mirror restraining the copper coffin, causing all types of light and sound to rush upwards, he would most likely have been smashed to pieces. Even with the immortal treasures and the myriad energy cauldron, it would have been difficult to resist. No, I must see clearly. Yi Fan gathered his divine sense and forcefully activated his spiritual sense. He wanted to pass through the ancient coffin and enter the copper coffin to take a closer look. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream as blood dripped from his eyes. His divine eyes of origin were almost blinded, but he finally saw a blurry silhouette, and within it was a corpse. Impossible! Yi Fan was full of shock. That body was incomparably cold, and it was quietly lying at the center of an ancient cosmos. The primal chaos surged violently, but it was immortal. Why is it exactly the same as me? He almost didn't dare to believe all of this. The ice-cold corpse in the ancient coffin was no different from him. If he were to lie beside it, he wouldn't be able to find anything different. Peering through 3,000 worlds. In the distant sky, the monkey shouted loudly. His fiery eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light. His aura surged like a bull, illuminating the sky, and then disappeared into the copper coffin. Ah! In an instant, the monkey also let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood flowed from his eyes as he fell backward. He was incomparably shocked as he shouted, "Father, how could it be him?" He saw an old ape with resplendent golden fur all over his body. Although he had become an ice-cold corpse, his spirit of supremacy in the heavens and earth was still the same as before. The ancient emperors looked down on the world and looked down on the ages. The old Saint Emperor Dojang was famous for his battle prowess and was invincible throughout the ages. That kind of domineering aura that could sweep through the universe could not be imitated by others. At the same time, the southern demon's eyes shot out 2 beams of strange light that penetrated eternity. It was as if a demon god had opened his heavenly eyes. There was a blood-sacrificial altar in the demon king's palace. On it, there was a heaven and earth Dharma eye. If one's magical power was boundless and had the Tao power of a great emperor, they could use it to see the myriad worlds. The southern demon used this opportunity to sharpen his heavenly eyes. Ah! He also let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes were dripping with blood and were almost blinded. He revealed an expression of disbelief as he said with a trembling voice, "How could it be him? Break for me, break through the origin." The Crimson Dragon Daoist let out a low roar. As a living fossil, he possessed battle prowess that others could not hope to reach. 2 crimson dragons shot out from his eyes and entered the ancient coffin. He wanted to get to the bottom of it, but even someone as powerful as him was no exception. He let out a groan and blood flowed from the corner of his eyes. Demon Emperor. The Crimson Dragon Daoist was shocked and revealed an expression of disbelief. He saw a supreme demon emperor in green clothes inside the ancient coffin. Everyone was shocked. What exactly was inside the ancient coffin? What they saw was completely different. Who exactly discovered the truth? Summon the great emperor's shadow. At this moment, the 8 ancestors of the Ji clan shouted in the sky. They began to activate the ancient mirror and released a type of forbidden technique. Once the void ancient mirror was revived, there would be endless techniques to use. Right now, it was only at the initial stage of revival and could only use the least exhausting forbidden technique. An ancient emperor appeared in the mirror and took a step out. Void Emperor, that is the Void Emperor. In the distance, someone cried out in surprise. When everyone heard this, they were incomparably shocked. They all stared fixedly at the sky. This was a shadow imprinted by the ancient mirror and left behind by an ancient great emperor. Even though it wasn't his true body, it still possessed heaven-defying power. After it was summoned, it would be incomparably terrifying. The extreme Dao weapon is truly astonishing. This is only the least exhausting forbidden technique, and it is only for a shadow. If the ancient mirror completely revives, it will be like a strike from the true body of a great emperor. It will be incomparable. Boom! Even so, the hazy shadow was still extremely astonishing. It destroyed the surrounding space and brought along heaven-overflowing primal chaos as it pounced towards the copper coffin. In the distance, everyone's expressions turned deathly pale. This strike was enough to destroy all the holy lords. Even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to resist it. This was the pressure of a great emperor's might. Even if it was just a shadow, no one could resist it. Ah, what? The Ji clan's 8 ancestors cried out in shock. They saw an inconceivable scene. The instant the shadow entered the copper coffin, a star domain appeared, and a corpse floated alone in the dark and cold ancient universe. Void Emperor. His mind was torn apart and he was incomparably shocked. He never would have thought that he would see such a scene. The Ji clan had a portrait of the Void Emperor, and as a senior elder of the Ji clan, he had naturally seen it before. This is the ancient coffin of his great emperor. He has returned from the desolate universe. The Ji clan's 8 ancestors were dumbfounded. Could it be that they were using the weapon of the Void Emperor to attack his coffin? Ancestor buried himself in the endless void. Could it be that his resting coffin has returned from the outer realm? The other 2 senior elders also cried out involuntarily. Bas! That shadow entered and turned into primal chaos, disappearing inside and never appearing again. The copper coffin trembled and shot out streams of dense light mist. It let out an even more majestic divine sound that resounded through the universe and shook everyone's hearts. Bang! The Ji clan's 8 ancestors lost their composure and were brushed by the light mist. If it wasn't for the protection of the light of primal chaos, he would have definitely turned into dust. Even so, he still let out a loud cry and fell down. Collect! Yi Fan used the myriad chi cauldron to collect him. The ancient cauldron could contain the boundless void, and the space inside was vast. Yi Fan descended from the sky and stepped on his face, landing at the bottom of the cauldron. Little vile spawn you. Piff-faff. Yi Fan used his foot to stomp down, and all of his teeth were spat out. Blood spurted out everywhere, and he could no longer speak. Chapter 684. In today's world, there were very few people who could fight with Yi Fan physically. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family fell into the cauldron and were stepped on by him. The result was self-evident. Although the 8 ancestors of the Ji family were powerful, falling into Yi Fan's hands at such a close distance, no matter how powerful his divine abilities were, he couldn't use them and could only be suppressed. As soon as he activated his magic power, a big foot landed and came into close contact with his face for the 3rd time. Brat you! The chest of the 8 ancestors of the Ji family was about to explode and his stomach was about to bleed. For the first time in his life, someone used the sole of his foot to measure how wide his face was. Old thing, you are still arrogant now. I will beat your head into a pig's head. Even your grandmother won't be able to recognize you. Yi Fan said. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family were so angry that his head hurt. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was already so old. Not to mention his grandmother. Even his uncles were almost all dead. Being taunted and stepped on by a junior like this, he really couldn't take it. Little thief Yi, you are behaving atrociously in my Ji family. You will regret being born into this world. Damn it, I do regret it. I regret stepping on you too lightly. Now let me help you measure how thick your skin is. The sole of Yi Fan's foot began to come into close contact with that old face for the 4th time. The 5th time. For the nth time, it was like stamping, leaving row after row of footprints on that old face. Moreover, the strength was extremely great. Every time it landed, there was the sound of bones breaking. It didn't look like a face anymore, but more like a big pancake. It didn't look like a human anymore. I will kill you. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family coughed up blood and almost fainted. For people like him, no torture would be effective. But to humiliate him like this, it was more painful than killing him. Kill your grandpa. Yi Fan raised his foot and gave him a throat-sealing technique, almost breaking his neck. I will kill you, you little bastard. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family seemed to have gone crazy. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath of essence qi, which turned into an incarnation and wanted to escape. Where are you going? Go back. Yi Fan lightly shouted. Bang. Yi Fan kicked him back into his body. His physical body was unparalleled. At such a close distance, he could clearly hear the sound of blood and mana flowing in his body. Everything was under his control. Old thing, you've always been in cahoots with the Wang clan. You tried to kill me a few times, and now you're unlucky enough to fall into my cauldron. What do you think I should do? Little evil creature Yi, if you hurt a hair on my head, the Ji family will remove one of your legs. The Ji family's 8 ancestors were ruthless. You old thing, you're still so stubborn. People like you should be suppressed in the latrine for 10,000 years. Even killing you would be too lenient. Yi Fan exerted force with his feet, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from time to time. The 8 ancestors of the Ji clan were trampled so hard that they almost didn't have a human shape. They were like a lump of mud that could be squeezed however he wanted. Old 8 of the Ji clan was beaten up. The screams of the Ji clan's 8 ancestors were no longer human. At this moment, the outside world was in chaos. The void ancient mirror was gradually reviving, and the divine power contained within was fluctuating as if it was about to wake up. The 2 elders were roaring and controlling the ancient mirror to leave the copper coffin. They were a bit hesitant. They actually saw the Void Emperor just now, and they were too frightened. However, at this moment, the Emperor weapon was gradually reviving. The 2 of them couldn't control it anymore, and the terrifying fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Within the ancient mirror, an ancient star region flew out and devoured starlight. This type of scene left everyone horrified. A true world appeared. Just how great was the power of this ancient mirror? Was it born by itself, or was it refined by the Void Emperor after intercepting the source of the universe? Everyone was shocked. No matter what the situation was, it was destined to have unparalleled divine power. Moreover, all of this wasn't the true state of the Emperor weapon's revival. It was still in progress, and it hadn't completely come back to life. The starry river was endless, and the primal chaos surged. However, it couldn't destroy the copper coffin. The ball of light devoured everything, and no matter how great the divine power was, it would be absorbed. Emperor corpse. Could it be that there really is an ancient emperor's corpse? Everyone in the distance was shocked. Up until now, no one had ever obtained a complete human emperor's corpse. That was an unparalleled treasure. Not to mention other things, just the corporeal body alone could be used to forge an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. There was no way to measure how precious it was. Was it the Void Emperor, the Beast Emperor, or the Old Saint Emperor? Everyone couldn't help but be bewildered. Different people saw different scenes, and they couldn't be sure. Did you hear what they said? What we saw just now might be an illusion, and not our race's emperor's corpse. An elder of the Ji family came to a realization. Then let's go all out. Another elder of the Ji family activated the void ancient mirror to speed up its revival. Then, it slowly descended and sank into the ancient coffin. Stop! A furious voice came from the distance. 7 or 8 figures rushed over, and the one at the lead was the Ji family's Saint Lord. The ancient mirror revived and devoured the heaven and earth, and the fluctuations were extremely intense. However, the important area of the Ji family was sealed by the Emperor's divine runes, so they couldn't immediately sense it. Only when Ji Ziyue called for them did they rush over. Where is old 8? Look at what you have done. The Ji family's Saint Lord was furious. They even dared to deceive him and transfer him away. This had crossed his bottom line. Old 8 is in danger. He has fallen into the cauldron of the saint body. Please save him first. One of the 2 elders said. What is going on? The Ji family's Saint Lord and the elders stared at the ancient mirror and the copper coffin in disbelief. Ji Ziyue's eyes were bloodshot, and her small mouth formed an O shape. She used all her methods to barge into the important area of the Ji family, and finally found the Saint Lord and the others. She thought that she was too late, but she didn't expect that it wasn't that bad. Resist the extreme Tao? The saint body has the ability to resist the extreme Tao. The eyes of the Ji family's elders almost popped out. They stared at the copper coffin, and then some people took action, controlling the ancient mirror to make it sleep. Otherwise, if these 2 weapons collided, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Ji family might even be flattened. In the sky, the ancient mirror became hazy. The boundless star domain flew in, as if the universe had evolved into a single point and then disappeared. However, the terrifying waves it released just now were too powerful. Many divine islands of the Ji family almost fell, and cracks appeared on them. Old 6, old 9, look at what you have done. The Ji family's Saint Lord shouted. Wang. He reached out with a large hand and grabbed the 2 of them, trapping them in the void. They couldn't move at all. They were both suppressed. The Ji family's sharp senses sensed that something was wrong. The copper coffin was still releasing terrifying power, and it surged towards the void mirror. Is it going to resist? They were shocked. Things had exceeded their imaginations. It was difficult to stop it, and it was very possible that a great battle of the extreme Tao might really happen. In the past, the great battle of the extreme Tao happened outside the region. Now, there are no more people who can fly out of this star domain. What should we do? Many people felt their blood run cold. If a battle of the extreme Tao really happened, even the Ji family would be affected. Even the great emperor's formation might not be able to stop it. These people had unique insight. With a glance, they could tell that the thing inside the ancient coffin was comparable to an emperor weapon. It definitely had the power to destroy heaven and earth, or even stronger. Little Yi, quickly stop the copper coffin. Ji Ziyue shouted. In the myriad energy cauldron, Yi Fan stopped torturing the 8 ancestors. He used the army formula and pushed the coffin lid back with all his strength. This made him sweat profusely. Boom! Finally, after a loud sound, the ancient coffin closed tightly. All of the enshrouding treasured light disappeared, and the divine sound of the great Tao also stopped. It became quiet. At this point, the pressure that enveloped everyone's hearts disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the Ji family or the many honored guests, they all felt a lingering fear. This coffin was too mysterious. Yi Fan walked out from the cauldron, but he suppressed the 8 ancestors who were like dead dogs inside and didn't let them out. Family Master, this ancient coffin must be left behind. An elder transmitted his voice. That's right, this copper coffin is too terrifying. There must be a gargantuan secret inside. The thing inside can resist an emperor weapon. It's worth researching. Another person agreed. You all don't need to say any more. In the future, don't target the divine physique. Let Ziyue and Haoyue interact with it. Ji family's holy master said solemnly. The Ji family arranged for an even more majestic palace and invited the many guests inside. With the copper coffin on Yi Fan's back, everyone couldn't help but open up a path for him. Holy Master! A few of the Ji family's elders were very radical and unwilling. If anyone makes a move, don't blame me for being impolite and using the family rules. The Ji family's holy master's voice was cold. Then he threw the two elders who were sealed into a void prison and said, "The two of you, go face the wall and reflect on your mistakes." Not long after, Jianghu with the divine king physique was released and no longer imprisoned. In this banquet, Yifan undoubtedly became everyone's focus. That coffin was too eye-catching and terrifying. Everyone felt restraining fear. With an emperor weapon, it was enough to create an everlasting divine dynasty. Moreover, the wielder was a divine physique with boundless potential. The meaning was even more extraordinary. Once it was cultivated to completion, it would be unimaginable. In the end, Yifan handed over the Ji family's 8 ancestors. If he killed them here, there would definitely be no way to settle things peacefully. After all, this was Ji family, and the Holy Land cared about face the most. Immediately, Ji family's holy master personally took action and suppressed the 8 ancestors. He threw them into the void prison and made them reflect on their mistakes. Someone from Ji family expressed his apologies and did such a thing. At the very least, others felt that it was still acceptable and fair. Yifan naturally wouldn't say much. The people from Wang family all left. Not a single person stayed. Using Ji family's ancient formation, they traveled through the void and returned to northern plains. They didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. My son was carried away by an immortal crane before he was even 2 years old. He obtained ancient chaos great emperor's inheritance and now ended up like this. I wonder if that immortal crane knows. Wang Ting's father was filled with grief and indignation. During the banquet, Yifan was the center of everyone's attention, but he was very vigilant. He knew that everyone was afraid of the copper coffin and that this treasure absolutely could not be lost. Zi Tiandu's older sister was peerless in her generation. She smiled sweetly and had a slender figure. She leisurely walked over and toasted him several times. She even invited him to be a guest at the Divine Valley. Yifan knew that the ancient imperial race wasn't easy to deal with. If he made a mistake, he might be eaten alive by them, so it wasn't good to get too close to them. Dang! Suddenly, a deafening bell sound rang out. Almost everyone felt as if they had been enlightened with wisdom. In that instant they gained a type of comprehension. Dang! The second bell sound rang out like raging waves crashing against the shore. It was completely different from the first time and made everyone's mind feel like it was splitting apart. It was as if the furious waves were crashing against their souls. Dang! The third bell sound rang out like the rumbling of the universe. Star domains collided, and countless stars fell. The boundless starry sky collapsed. Everyone was so terrified that they almost fell limply onto the ground. Many of the cultivators present were not unfamiliar with this bell sound. In the past, they were scared out of their wits, and it was unknown just how many people had died because of it. Wuxia's bell. The Ji clan's Saint Lord was the first to stand up. He almost couldn't believe his ears. Even someone as calm and powerful as him almost jumped up. Heavens, it really is the sound of great Emperor Wuxia's ancient bell. The Saint Lords of the Eastern Wasteland had all experienced the calamity of the past. Back then, they had used several imperial weapons to attack the Purple Mountain, but they had all returned without success. Moreover, many experts had died. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? The Tao of Wuxia has become empty. Why is his bell in the southern region? Oh God, what happened? Everyone was horrified and couldn't believe everything. How is this possible? Why is the Wuxia's bell ringing in the southern region? Could it be that the Wuxia's bell has been taken out and brought to the southern region to attack the Ji clan? Many people's hearts beat violently. If it really was the Wuxia's bell, this would be a terrifying event that could shock the 5 regions. The Wuxia's bell had actually appeared. Could it be caused by the bronze coffin? Of all the things that have happened today, this is the strangest, a living fossil mumbled. What? Are you saying that the bronze coffin might be the corpse of great Emperor Wuxia? Another old antique cried out. Chapter 685. Ji family, an inheritance that had existed for a long time. It was personally founded by the great human emperor and had flourished since ancient times. No one dared to provoke it. Yet today, the sound of a bell shook the entire clan. The Wuxia bell was a name that resounded through the history of the human race, bringing endless pressure to everyone. People couldn't understand. Wasn't the Wuxia bell in the ancient Emperor Mountain? Why did it ring in the southern region? This was simply earth-shattering. Everyone's expressions changed. Before the primal chaos was divided, heaven and earth were in chaos, the vast and indistinct. Ever since Wuxia broke through the primordial chaos and opened up a path to differentiate between the pure and the turbid. An old voice sounded from outside the Ji family. He was chanting a scripture as he walked over from the distance. At the same time, the Wuxia bell rang out once more. The sound was ear-splitting like the heavenly sounds of the great Tao. It shook one's soul as it surged over from the horizon. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that an otherworldly expert had come? How could he dare to speak like this? Just what kind of background did he have? Was he here for the Ji family? I am the last inheritor of the Wuxia. I heard that there is a divine body in the present world, so I came to take a look. The old voice was extremely loud and resonated like a great bell. Many people were horrified. The last inheritor of the Wuxia Great Emperor? This identity was terrifyingly high. How did the Wuxia scripture have an inheritance? Was this real or fake? Everyone was stunned. The vast ocean turns to dust for tens of thousands of autumns. The Tao turns to yellow hair and the worries of longevity. A dream lasts for thousands of years. The path to immortality is rugged. Another scripture sounded from outside the Ji family's mountain gate. Everyone was shocked. This was indeed an incredible expert. Otherwise, how could he have such a concept and soul? Many people were filled with shock. The person who came understands the great emperor's formation patterns. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through my Ji family's ancient formation with sound waves. The Ji family Holy Lord said. When everyone heard him say this, they became even more shocked. They were almost certain that this was an otherworldly expert, who obtained the inheritance of the Wuxia Great Emperor. Let's go take a look. A living fossil said. Outside the palace, the clouds surged, reaching up to their knees. This was a divine island that floated in the air. There were many spiritual beasts that danced about. It was like a land of immortals. Everyone flew out, wanting to see this otherworldly master. A large group of people arrived outside the mountain gate. In the distance, all types of bell symbols flickered on the ground. A vast ancient formation blocked up Ji family's mountain gate. This left many people shocked. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't seem to have good intentions. I wonder which senior has graced us with his presence? Why are you blocking our Ji family's path? A senior elder of the Ji family asked. I'm far from being an expert. I heard that someone is having trouble with the divine physique, so I came here to take a look. An aged voice sounded. At the same time, a long and drawn-out bell sound shook the world. It came from the divine formation that shot into the heavens. That place was resplendent, and no one could see through it. A living fossil from the Ji family frowned. He immediately recognized that it was a corner of the great emperor's formation runes. It was deep and immeasurable. Everyone else was shocked. The newcomer seemed to be standing up for Yi Fan, not hesitating to offend a clan of the remote antiquity. There's actually such an expert standing up for Yi Fan. An unworldly expert has actually come for the divine body. Many people's hearts tightened. They inwardly rejoiced that they didn't take action against Yi Fan. Is the divine body here? I wish to take him as my disciple and pass down the Wuxia scripture. I will set out on a long journey to prove my Tao. The aged voice was extremely calm. Wuxia's inheritance. Many people sucked in a cold breath of air. How great of an immortal opportunity was this? It was actually going to be given to the divine body, making many people want to kill him and take his place. Senior, we didn't make things difficult for the divine body. He is right here. An old cultivator from the Ji family spoke. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Ji family's holy lord frowned. He felt that something wasn't right, as if he noticed something. Yi Fan walked out with the copper coffin on his back. He vaguely guessed at a few things. He operated his divine eyes and looked forward, wishing to see what was going on. Big brother is fine. Suddenly, a tender voice could be heard faintly. Shoo, be quiet. I used a divine formation that can amplify the divine sound. Another vulgar voice sounded. It didn't sound like the voice of an expert at all, and it wasn't old either. Motherfucker, everyone knew that there was something strange going on. This was a fake otherworldly expert. The expressions of the Ji family's people changed even more. The Ji family's holy lord had long become suspicious. He immediately operated his divine might, stirring up the divine might of the ancient void mirror and shining it downwards. An expanse of clear splendor descended from the ancient mirror, able to illuminate the bodies of all living things. It was even more powerful than the demonic mirror, able to see through the source and see what was real and what was fake. Up ahead, all of the resplendent divine radiance disappeared. Everything within could be seen clearly. A large black dog stood up straight, carrying a 2 or 3-year-old little girl on its back. It was currently pretending to be mysterious. This large dog was extremely sturdy, comparable to a large bull. It wore a pair of large flowery underpants, truly putting on a pretentious appearance. That little girl was like a jade sculpture. Her eyelashes were extremely long, and her large eyes blinked. She was exquisite like a little porcelain doll, cute and obedient. Damn it, it's the legendary top-quality dog that almost killed Wang Ting in the North region. It's this immoral dog that's spewing smoke, clamoring everywhere for a human pet. Many people recognized the large black dog's identity at a glance. In the past, they had seen it together with Yi Fan, so they immediately understood what was going on. Motherfucker, this dog is asking for a beating, swindling and deceiving, bullying the Ji family. The large black dog carried the little girl on its back and came here to save Yi Fan, mistakenly thinking that they had come too late. Fearing that Yi Fan would be in trouble, he came up with this kind of show. Please forgive us, Ji family's holy lord, Yi Fan said. The expressions of some people from the Ji family were very unsightly, but they didn't act out. Many people stared at the large black dog, looking at the divine formation. This was a genuine corner of an emperor pattern. Many things had happened not long ago, and the Ji family didn't want to cause too much trouble, so they didn't pursue the matter. Many people didn't understand why Wuxia's bell rang. The large black dog took out a piece of jade, and immediately released a long bell wave. With the support of the divine formation, it was infinitely magnified. This was indeed the bell sound of the Purple Mountain, and it had been engraved into a piece of divine stone. It could pass off as genuine, and even the holy lord of the Ji family had been deceived. Big brother, little girl missed you. The little girl's large eyes were red, and she stretched out her small hands as she ran over. They hadn't seen each other for almost 3 years, but she hadn't changed at all, and hadn't grown up at all. Yi Fan smiled and pinched her nose. He dotingly stroked her head, and then placed her on his shoulder. The little girl was very obedient, and was especially pitiful. Brat, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and I'm helping you raise a child. Do you think it's easy for me? What kind of natural treasures have you prepared for me? Just give me a jar of dragon marrow, and just give me a few cubes of divine source, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. Pang Bo had already held back for a few years. He took a large step forward and said, "Damn dog, do you still remember me? Who are you? I don't know you." The large black dog looked as if he had recognized the wrong person. F***CK. I'm going to kick you to death. You made a stupid formation pattern, and you actually missed a large region to teleport me to the middle state. I want to skin you alive. Damn dog, find 2 fei for me. Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were also angry when they saw the large black dog. Why does this coffin look so familiar? I think I lost it. The large black dog changed the topic, and his large eyes were wide open as he stared at the ancient coffin. Yi Fan didn't stay long in the Ji family. After bidding farewell to the Crimson Dragon Taoist and the others who came to help, he immediately left with Pang Bo, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and the others. Ji Ziyue also went with them. Just 1,000 miles away from the Ji family, in a primitive mountain range, they put down the copper coffin. Under the strong request of the large black dog, they prepared to open it and see what was inside. Damn dog, are you confident? Yi Fan was doubtful. I'm confident, it vowed solemnly, as if everything was under its control. In the end, it added, this place is very close to the Ji family. Once something happens, they will use the void mirror to suppress it. Don't worry too much. Can you do it or not? Ever since Pang Bo was teleported to the middle state, he had a shadow in his heart about this damned dog. He felt that it was too unreliable. Don't worry about me, the large black dog said. Worry my A**s. Pang Bo wanted to bite him, so he gave him a slap. Bad dog, don't be reckless. If this copper coffin is really dangerous, even our ancient mirror might not be able to suppress it, Gzus said with a wrinkle of her nose. Doggy, you must be careful. Little Nan Nan's voice was soft and tender, and she warned seriously. Open it and take a look. I also want to know what exactly is inside. The monkey also followed. Ever since he saw the corpse of the old Saint Emperor with his heaven's eye, his heart had been unable to calm down. This mountain range was especially quiet. The instant the copper coffin was put down, almost all the birds and beasts had run away. Not a single one dared to stay. The Black Emperor carved complicated formation patterns that corresponded to the stars in the sky. Yi Fan observed the terrain, and also made some arrangements to prevent accidents from happening. 4 hours later, they retreated far away. Yi Fan pushed with the army incantation. Then, a metallic sound rang out, and the entire mountain range began to shake. The coffin cover was slowly opened, and everyone retreated who knew how many miles, observing from afar. Dang! When Yi Fan pushed more than half of the coffin cover away, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Even with the suppression of the Black Emperor's formation patterns, he still couldn't resist. Moreover, he wrapped his body with the celestial treasures in the dragon nest of chaos and used the source chi of all things to protect himself, but his body still cracked, and his physique almost shattered. Boom! He gave one last push, and then turned into a shooting star as he flew back, evading far away. In this process, a total of 18 heavenly origin divine formations that he had carved to protect himself were shattered. A muffled sound rang out. At the end of the distant horizon, everyone saw dense multicolored light surging out from the ancient coffin. Quick, activate that Great Horn Emperor ancient formation, the monkey urged. The Black Emperor took action, and the divine patterns engraved on the ground completely awakened. They flickered with a dazzling brilliance as they began to imprison the ancient coffin in the center, wanting to lock it in place and see what was going on. However, what shocked everyone was that all of this was futile. The copper coffin devoured everything, refining the Great Horn Emperor ancient formation into essence energy and devouring it. Boom! Suddenly, this ancient mountain range shattered, and every inch of space turned into fine powder. Boundless primal chaos rushed out in an instant. Not good! Yi Fan shouted loudly, and then he put all of them into the cauldron. Then, he used the profound jade platform that the Black Emperor had prepared in advance to cross the void and leave this place. Without a sound, everything within a range of 1,000 miles collapsed. Not to mention the mountain range, not even a speck of dust was left behind. A huge abyss appeared where they were, and everything was evaporated. Not far away, everyone from the Ji family was horrified. They quickly used the ancient void mirror to protect themselves, and everyone flew into the sky to watch from afar. The copper coffin destroyed everything in an unstoppable manner. Then, it closed by itself with a clang sound, and it soared into the sky, flying towards the south. It's that copper coffin! On this day, many people in the southern region saw the copper coffin soar through the sky and fly away by itself. Among them, there were people who tried to stop it, but they all turned into dust in an instant. Yi Fan and the others chased closely from behind. The large black dog's head was almost drooping to the ground. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others took turns to scold it, saying that it was too unreliable. In the southern region, many great forces were alarmed. With the Ji family as the representative, they also chased all the way here, wanting to see what was going on. Of course, Yi Fan and the others chased at the very front, heading all the way south. They quickly neared the ancient desolate forbidden land, and the copper coffin directly entered. Everyone stopped, and no one dared to enter. This was a land of certain death, and since ancient times, who knew how many supreme experts had been swallowed up by it? The copper coffin flew back to the ancient desolate forbidden land by itself. This was unexpected, but also within reason. Yi Fan and the others all flew high into the sky, gazing into the distance. Among them, the monkey had the fiery eyes of gold, and was born with the heaven's eye, so he could clearly see the 9 sacred mountains. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also had the god's eye, so he could roughly see it as well. Dang! A loud sound reverberated throughout the ancient desolate forbidden land, breaking the silence that had lasted for millions of years. The small coffin entered the giant coffin, and it was as if divine thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. The sound of metal pierced through the vast sky, traveling thousands of kilometers. Walala! Halfway up the mountain, 9 giant dragon corpses floated up, emitting an expanse of black light. Iron chains clanked, and the bronze coffin was pulled up, flying towards the peak of the 9 sacred mountains. This. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin actually moved on their own. Boom! The 9 dragons pulling the coffin appeared above the pitch-black abyss that was formed by the 9 sacred mountains, lying horizontally in the void. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rushed out from the abyss, as if the great emperor of the human race was awakening. There's something coming out from the ancient desolate abyss. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, but they saw an astonishing scene. Chapter 686. The ancient desolate forbidden land had remained silent for millions of years. Normally, it was absolutely silent, without a single sound. However, today, a grand fluctuation penetrated outwards, as if a supreme deity was awakening. It made 10,000 trees tremble, making the mountains tremble. In the outside world, at the edge of the ancient desolate forbidden land, Yi Fan and the others could clearly sense it. The people who arrived later couldn't help but be alarmed as they fell from the sky. In the depths of the forbidden land, below the endless abyss, there was indeed something that was about to come out. Just now, a portion of it had already been revealed, but it had already sunk down. Quite a few people had caught a glimpse of it. There was a living fossil-level figure that cultivated the heavenly eye. With unmatched magical force, he imprinted the scene he saw in the void so that everyone could see it. 9 enormous dragon corpses flickered with dark light. Their scales were covered densely like 9 great steel walls. They pulled an enormous bronze coffin as they quietly floated above the ancient desolate abyss. Heavens! Are those 9 true dragons? How could there be something like this? The people who arrived later were stupefied, almost speechless. This is inconceivable. I'm not dreaming, right? Dragons, those are legendary dragons. They don't look like flood dragons. How could there be something like this in this world? Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. The ancient desolate forbidden land erupted with commotion. Those who rushed over couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everyone was stupefied. This was hard to believe. Since the ancient times, they had only heard of immortals but couldn't see them. Now, there were 9 immortal spirits before their eyes. This was completely subversive and exceeded common sense. It was hard to believe. Apart from shock, there were no other emotions. They were all incomparably moved, and some of them were even trembling. I don't believe this. How could there be 9 dragons at once? When everyone slowly calmed down, they began to reflect on whether or not what they saw was real. In reality, they might not necessarily be true dragons. Perhaps they are 9 flood dragons. Because they cultivated to an extremely profound realm, they are similar to true dragons. A living fossil spoke of the most reasonable conjecture. That's right, they might be extremely powerful flood dragons. After seriously thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. The crimson dragon was not far away. His eyes flickered with radiance, and 2 streaks of scarlet multicolored light shot out. He continuously stared at the depths of the forbidden land, seemingly extremely excited. As a member of the flood dragon race, when he saw the supreme experts of his race, he was naturally shocked from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was facing a life-forbidden zone, he would have charged in a long time ago. When some people saw the Crimson Dragon Taoist here, they immediately asked for guidance, including a few holy masters. They urgently wanted to know the answer, or else they wouldn't be able to live in peace. I can't say for sure either, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Even if it's a flood dragon, it's at least comparable to an ancient saint. Otherwise, there's no way such a scene would exist. As soon as the Crimson Dragon Taoist's words fell, the area outside the ancient desolate forbidden land became noisy. This was just too shocking. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they still felt shocked. There were 9 flood dragons that had reached the sage level in one go. This was like a fantasy story. It made people want to slap themselves and check if they were dreaming. In this world, there were only 2 saints. One was the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru, and the other was the crazy old man of the eastern wilderness. Now, there were actually 9 of them. They have already died countless years ago, their vitality long extinguished. They should be corpses from the desolate era. A living fossil said. Everyone relaxed. 9 living saints was enough to scare people to death. Only in the ancient era could 9 saints be born in one era. However, after thinking about it carefully, people were still a bit frightened. In the most glorious era, There were indeed more than 9 saints at the same time. However, they couldn't all be from the same race. Some were the ancient saints of the demon race, and some were supreme saints of the human race. However, the 9 flood dragons before them were all from the same race. This was too shocking and almost impossible. Our world has never had such a great era. The heavenly Pang race, flood dragon race, divine ape race, ancient phoenix race, human race, and all the other races added together in the ancient era must have produced a golden age that surpassed 9 saints at the same time, but they couldn't all be from the same race. The Wind Clan's holy master said with certainty. He understood the events of the ancient era very well. There were detailed records in the Holy Land's archives. So these aren't the flood dragons of our world? Look at that copper coffin. Only now did people turn their attention back to the copper coffin. Just now, they had suddenly seen the 9 dragons, and they were truly shocked. That small copper coffin flew into the giant coffin. Does this mean that these 9 dragons are specially used to carry the coffin? People felt as if a mountain had collapsed in their hearts. This was too shocking. They had never heard of such an extravagant display. The small coffin originated from the giant coffin. No wonder it can resist the ancient void mirror. Yes, if there is a corpse in the coffin, it must be an ancient great emperor worthy of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. People were indescribably shocked by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It was difficult to dispel the fog in their hearts. During this process, people from the Ji clan, Yaoguang clan, Jiang clan, and the other holy lands were somewhat silent. This was because they already knew some things, even though they couldn't fully understand them. Back then, not long after the 9 dragons pulled the coffin into the southern wasteland, they learned of a part of the situation. As a holy land, their foundations were unfathomable. What you all say is only speculation. No one can say for sure, and even the ranks of the 9 dragons cannot be determined, a living fossil said. The 9 huge dragon corpses seemed to be cast from black gold. They were powerful as they lay in the void. Behind them, the bronze coffin was mottled with rust and motionless. Back then, they lay in disarray in the cold and dark cosmos, falling into Mount Tai's pilgrimage ground. Now, they were moving again. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They couldn't calm down at all. They had a type of expectation, but also a trace of fear. Splendor shot up from the bottom of the huge abyss from time to time. There were a total of 5 colors, illuminating the 9 dragon corpses and the giant coffin. It was extremely mysterious and majestic. Boom! Suddenly, an even greater fluctuation penetrated through, making many people tremble. Some of the weaker people fell off the cliff, and there were even more people who fell from the sky. What is that? Someone cried out in alarm. A resplendent brilliance floated up from the bottom of the ancient desolate abyss. It was dazzling and multicolored light pervaded the air. It was as if an immortal world was about to appear, causing people to be lost in reverie. It has long been rumored that there is a supreme treasure beneath the forbidden ancient desolate abyss that holds the secret to becoming an immortal. Back then, the heavenly Jade Holy Land borrowed the power of the heavens and attacked with the power of the entire sect, but they were all turned into ashes. It is rumored that there is something that moved even the ancient great emperors. It is definitely about to come into being. Under everyone's cries of alarm, 5 colors rushed into the heavens. An ancient altar slowly rose up. It was even more imposing than an immortal palace. Yi Fan was shocked. His heart was pounding violently. The damaged ancient altar in the ancient desolate abyss actually floated up. This was an extremely important matter. That was the key to crossing the star domain. Now, it was no longer dim and without light. Instead, it was dazzling with auspicious energy in tens of thousands of streaks. 5 colors covered the sky and submerged the abyss above. It was a magnificent scene. It was the divine force that flowed out from the copper coffin. Everyone discovered that there was an expanse of chaotic light scattering down, falling onto the 5-colored altar. Only then did it become even more dazzling as it slowly rose up. The ancient altar that had been covered in dust for who knew how many years had appeared in this world made many people petrified. They all felt that this was inconceivable. There was actually this kind of thing in the ancient desolate abyss? Apart from a few limited ancient inheritances, this was the first time everyone heard of it. It's it. It's exactly the same as what Mount Tai saw. Pang Bo was excited. Even though the ancient altar was moving slowly, it was still continuously rising. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin suspended above it. The two slowly approached each other. What are they trying to do? How could it be like this? What will happen to the 9 dragons and the ancient coffin? Everyone did not know the use of the 5-colored altar. They were all nervous and shocked as they watched. The ancient altar finally rose to a certain distance and stopped moving. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin actually descended from the sky and landed on top of it. It seemed strange and mysterious. 5-colored divine light rushed into the sky. This was an incomparably majestic scene. Everyone's hearts were pounding. To use 9 dragons as mounts for the corpse after death. What kind of boldness was this? Mother Kerr. This is a 5-colored altar. At the very least, this is the method of a great emperor. It is very similar to the one we saw in the nest of 10,000 dragons. The large black dog muttered. On the 5-colored altar, symbols flickered and filled the sky. They were like streaks of heavenly scars that flickered continuously. A magnificent scene was engraved on it. In the end, all of the patterns interweaved together, forming an incomplete 8 trigrams diagram. It was extremely blurry. What? It really is going to set sail. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Then, he became incredibly anxious. He wanted to leave this world, but everything happened too suddenly. Black Emperor, tell me everything you know about formation patterns. He said quickly. You won't understand even if I tell you. You'll need to comprehend them for at least a few hundred years. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to enter the next level. The Black Emperor rolled his eyes. Can you tell me how to determine the coordinates? Yi Fan asked urgently. No way, you can't be thinking of leaving with this 9-dragon bronze coffin carriage, right? What kind of joke is this? Do you know where it is going? The Black Emperor's eyes widened. That's right. Do you have any ideas? Yi Fan asked hurriedly. I don't know how this 5-colored altar was constructed or how unmatched divine patterns were carved on it, but it's not like there's no way to determine the coordinates. It's all on those symbols. I have a certain amount of confidence in this. The Black Emperor spoke, pointing to the 8 divinatory symbols. Quick, tell me how to determine the coordinates and how to go in the opposite direction. Yi Fan said quickly. You really want to? The Black Emperor almost bit his tongue. He didn't expect that Yi Fan would take it seriously and really put it into action. Don't say any more. Tell me quickly. This is an important matter. I don't have time to tell you in detail. Yi Fan was really anxious. This might be the only chance. The big black dog cursed. He was extremely puzzled and unwilling, but when he saw that Yi Fan was anxious and incomparably serious, he felt helpless. He sent a spiritual imprint into the depths of his heart and told him the details he wanted to know. Dong! In the depths of the ancient desolate forbidden land, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin flickered together. The 5-colored altar symbols formed a blurry 8 trigrams. Although it was not clear, it was about to pierce through the void. Yi Fan. Pang Bo's voice trembled, and he was not calm at all. Let's go, we have to take a gamble, Yi Fan said loudly. Little Yi, where are you going? Ji Ziue was worried and couldn't help but ask, looking at him quietly with her large eyes. Yi Fan was speechless. Yi, I realize that I seem to have adapted to this kind of life. I'm actually a little reluctant to leave suddenly. Pang Bo hesitated. There's no time. Make a decision quickly. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yi Fan said anxiously. I won't go. Pang Bo suddenly made up his mind and said, but I will definitely go back in the future. Since this world has such a path, I believe that when I cultivate to the end, I will definitely be able to cross the starry sky. At that time, I will go home. You. Yi Fan didn't expect him to make such a choice, but he didn't force him. Yi, after you go back, work hard on your cultivation. I will also work hard here. We will work hard together, and when the time comes, we will strive to connect the 2 places. I believe that as long as our cultivation is strong enough, we will definitely be able to cross the star field. Pang Bo paused here and said, at that time Ziyu and Nannen can both go and see you. All right. Yi Fan followed his decision. Besides, he wasn't confident, and he didn't want Pang Bo to risk his life with him. That was because no one knew what the road ahead would be like. Even if he took the risk this time, he might not be able to return. He just wanted to take a gamble. Yi Fan turned around and looked at his old friends. His heart was filled with reluctance. After all, he had lived in this world for 10 years, and suddenly had to leave. He was incomparably disappointed. Jizu's big eyes were misty and filled with water vapor. As intelligent as she was, she naturally understood all of this. She knew that Yi Fan was going on a long journey, and the distance was measured in terms of star fields. "Little Yi," she called out softly, and tears rolled down her eyes. Every tear was as clear as a diamond, and it was very sad. "Time is too rushed. I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. I didn't have time to say a lot of things. However, I want to return to my hometown. I've been away from home for 10 years. Yi Fan looked at her and stretched out his hand to gently wipe away the tears on her face. "Your hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. It's very far away. I will never be able to see you again." Jizu's eyes were filled with tears as she said softly, looking at Yi Fan without blinking. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. What was the use of saying something that couldn't be done? Promises that couldn't be fulfilled would leave people with regrets. "I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side. It's very, very far away," Jizu said softly, and her eyes were filled with tears. "Brilliant eternity. Endless distance. Even saints can't travel like this. We will never see each other again." As for the future, Yi Fan didn't know. He couldn't know the road ahead. Would he be able to return in a few hundred years? It was too illusory. Jizu's eyes dimmed as she asked softly, "Many years later, will you still remember this side of the starry sky? Will you still remember my name?" "I will. On this side of the starry sky, there's a beautiful girl called Ziyue. No matter how many years pass, I will never forget her." Yi Fan helped her push a strand of hair that was blocking her eyes to the side and wiped away the sparkling tears. "I will remember you too." Jizu smiled as tears fell. "At night, I will look up at the starry sky and look to the other side to bless you. I know you're on that side." Yi Fan was a little silent, but there was no time. Jizu smiled brightly, but tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She said softly, "If you remember me too, you can also look at the starry sky above us. We'll be on the other side of the starry sky, looking at each other." Chapter 687. I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very, very far away, bright and eternal, boundlessly far away, and we'll never meet again. Late at night, I look up at the starry sky alone, silently blessing you. These words were accompanied by a brilliant smile and crystalline tears. They bloomed on Jizu's face. Smiling and crying made one's heart ache. Yi Fan's heart violently twitched. However, he had no other choice. He wanted to go back. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another chance. He had obtained this opportunity, but he would miss out on some people. This was a kind of helplessness. The world was so balanced. When you obtained something, you would also lose something that you could have. Yi Fan turned around without looking back. He walked forward step by step. He heard the sound of tears falling behind him, but he did not stop. "Little Yi, where are you going?" Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian asked. "Brother He, take care. I'm going on a long journey. My hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. Being able to meet you in this life is my greatest gain." Yi Fan walked up and waved at Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huairan. "Why is that so?" Monkey was puzzled. "Brother Monkey, as the only son of the Saint Emperor Battler, you have a supreme status. In the future, the primordial life forms will definitely appear and bring chaos to the world. I hope you can take care of my friends. I hope that you will become a sovereign in the future." Yi Fan said seriously. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm them." Monkey was very straightforward and domineering. The Black Emperor said, "Brat, you're crazy. You really want to leave and sit in that broken coffin pulled by 9 dragons? What kind of joke is this? Even the ancient saints wouldn't dare to walk so casually. Damned dog. Live well in the future. You have to be more down to earth. Don't make me test how much of a bastard and unreliable you are in the unknown star region. F***ck brat, what the hell are you saying? You're giving others your blessings, encouraging them, and reminiscing about them. Why are you reprimanding me instead?" The large black dog bared his teeth. He was extremely displeased. Because you are so different from others. That's all I can say about you. Yi Fan sighed softly. Don't worry about me, the large black dog boasted shamelessly. Then he said, oh, that's right. Did you really come from the other side of the galaxy? Crossing the star field is extremely dangerous, so it's better not to play with your life. Live well, raise Nan Nan, and take good care of her. Yi Fan warned, then rubbed the little girl's head. Big brother, I won't let you go. Little Nanan's eyes were already red. She grabbed onto the bottom of Yi Fan's pants and raised her little face. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she looked at him pitifully. Be good. Big brother will come to see you in the future. Yi Fan wanted her to let go. How long is the future? Xiao Budian had a premonition that this might be the last time he saw Yi Fan. He cried loudly, and his tears rolled down in pairs. He hugged Yi Fan's calf and refused to let go. Black Emperor, work harder in the future. Don't let her suffer any grievances. Yi Fan pointed with his hand and a clear light flew out. Little Nan Nan landed on the back of the Black Emperor. Then he left with large strides. Without looking back, he rushed into the depths of the forbidden ancient land. Little Nan Nan was heartbroken. She cried loudly and waved her little hands powerlessly behind him. Yeezy! Pangbo shouted. Take care of yourselves. Yi Fan shouted. Yi Fan. Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the monkey were all shocked. A friend beside them came from the other side of the starry sky, and now he was about to leave. Little Yi Zi. Ji Ziyue called out softly. 2 lines of tears hung on her face. She smiled and gently waved her arm. Yi Fan suddenly stopped. He had been in this world for 10 years. Scenes of the past quickly flashed before his eyes. He really didn't have the heart to leave like this. He really didn't want to. Boom. In the distance, a loud sound came from the depths of the forbidden ancient land. The multicolored altar shone brilliantly, and the interweaving symbols became increasingly resplendent. The constructed 8 trigrams gradually became clearer. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were trembling. They could pierce through the void at any time. Yi Fan had no time left. He looked deeply at the crowd and forcefully spat out 2 words. Goodbye. Then, he rushed into the depths of the forbidden land and didn't look back. He's crazy. Why is he rushing into the forbidden land? What's wrong with the saint physique? Why is he rushing into the forbidden land alone? What is he doing? He dares to risk his life. Could it be that he wants to take back the small coffin? At the edge of the forbidden land, many people were shocked and puzzled. In their eyes, this was simply an act of throwing away one's life. Yi Fan's speed was very fast. He gulped down the divine spring of life and disappeared ahead like a beam of light. Some old friends called out reluctantly, but he didn't have the time to reply. Clang! The bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragon corpses trembled. The sound of metal resounded through the sky like a magnificent army. Golden spears and iron swords crossed, tearing through the vast sky. A gust of wind blew past. Tens of thousands of fallen leaves danced about. The entire ancient forbidden land was filled with a somber aura. Yi Fan rushed over and quickly arrived before the 9 sacred mountains. This place was submerged in a dense radiance. Even Huang's power was weakened. It couldn't deprive Yi Fan of a large amount of life force. He quickly arrived. Above that great abyss, the 5-colored altar rested in disarray. It supported the dragon corpses and ancient coffin. Above it, symbols converged into the 8 trigrams, connecting to the unknown depths of the cosmos. Something's wrong. Yi Fan sensed something strange. Those symbols weren't complete, and the 8 trigrams they formed weren't flawless. There were some flaws, and that was why they couldn't truly open the starry sky ancient path. Right, the 5-colored altar is damaged, and the 8 trigrams it formed are also lacking. Could it be that they were going to fail on the verge of success? They were about to set sail, yet they were stopped because of this kind of problem. This really was disappointing. Suddenly, another type of aura surged from the great abyss that was as dark as hell. 5-colored divine light surged, and a few jade stones, stone slabs, and other things flew out. This is the jade stone from the shattered portion of the altar. Yi Fan was astonished. He never thought that the damaged 5-colored altar could actually reconstruct itself, forming an almost perfect ancient platform that rested in the sky. Outside the life-restricted region, everyone was astonished. Many living fossils stared rigidly. Who was it that destroyed the altar back then, making it sink into the great abyss? All types of jade stones flew up, rushing towards the ancient platform to restore it. This was an extremely fast process. It was as if it had life, reviving itself. Piece after piece of ancient jade stone floated up. They were like sparkling flower petals as they filled the sky. Yi Fan stared rigidly at the altar. He discovered that the center of the ancient platform was missing a crucial piece. As a result, the ancient platform was transparent from top to bottom, allowing light to pass through. How could it be like this? What kind of battle took place here back then to destroy such a divine object? Could it be that a great emperor came here before? Dong. With a final loud sound, the altar was completely assembled. It was only missing a millstone-sized jade pillar at the center, but it did not affect its ability to open up the void. In the sky, the enormous 8 trigrams looked as if they were cast from divine gold. They flickered with metallic luster, and at the same time, space distorted and light became hazy. The 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and can release strange fluctuations. It was as if an ancient code was flickering. Yi Fan knew that this was the spatial coordinates. It was a sign that he was about to set off, so he had to rush up. However, the 5-colored altar was very high up from the ground. It was located above the abyss and could not be touched at all. In this life-restricted region, magical power could not be used. No matter how great one was, they could not fly up. He gave it a look and then continuously retreated, distancing himself from the holy mountain. He prepared to use his fastest speed to rush up the mountain peak and use the inertia to leap into the sky. However, right at this moment, his heart tightened. A few ancient figures appeared on the mountain peak. They wore clothes from countless years ago, as if they had come from the ancient era. Heavenly Jade Holy Lady, that beautiful and peerless woman was the #1 beauty of the eastern wasteland 6,000 years ago. Someone at the edge of the restricted region cried out in alarm. She came from the same sect as the old lunatic. Who would have thought that she would become a desolate slave? Look, the other people's clothes are even more ancient. They are people from at least several tens of thousands of years ago. They are all matchless experts. What? That is, a matchless divine king from my Ji family. A living fossil from the Ji family cried out. He saw a white-haired old man that was the same as the old king who had disappeared in his family. Above the great abyss, the 2 yin and yang fish in the 8 trigrams were like gates. They had already opened and led to the ancient cosmos. Starlight flickered inside. This was a very strange and shocking scene. This was the ancient path that led to the other side of the starry sky. He could already see the starry sky there. It was vast and boundless. There is no time, I have to charge through. Yi Fan began to increase his speed. Then, he grabbed the myriad energy cauldron in his hand. If there was danger, he would not hesitate to bring out that archaic saint. He decided to climb the bronze coffin. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Ah! He shouted loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. Tens of thousands of trees trembled and countless leaves fluttered about. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had engulfed the outside of the restricted region. The divine body has gone mad. This was what many people were thinking. Even though Yi Fan could not use magical power, his physical body was unparalleled. His speed became faster and faster, and in the end, it was as if his physique was burning. He rushed up the mountain peak like a streak of light. There were a few people wearing ancient clothes who were currently looking at him expressionlessly. Rise! Yi Fan avoided them. He stepped on the precipitous cliff and leapt into the void. This was an incomparably risky attempt. If he could not rush up the 5-colored altar, he would definitely fall into the endless abyss. One has to understand that since the ancient times, there had never been anyone who successfully entered the desolate ancient abyss and came out alive. Even ascending the sacred mountain would turn into ashes, let alone that place. Fortunately, the ancients did not take action. He leapt into the sky and did not encounter any obstructions. However, right at this time, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin moved. They slowly entered the dark and mysterious passage constructed by the Taiji Bagua diagram and coexisted with the endless starlight. Yi Fan was only a zhang away, but he still could not touch the altar. He could not climb up and thus fell into the desolate ancient abyss. Heavens! Is that still a human? He can't use magical power and can only rely on speed to leap into the sky. That kind of height is too scary. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan leapt too high, exceeding the limits of his physical body. He was like a heavenly Peng. He is falling down, about to fall into the abyss. Everyone watched in shock. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others felt as if their minds were splitting apart. If he fell down, he would undoubtedly die. Even the old madman went crazy back then. Little Yi. Ding! Yi Fan flicked his hand and tossed out an iron chain onto the 5-colored altar. Then, he swung it forcefully and leapt up again. Like a Kuan Peng spreading its wings, he rushed onto the ancient platform. The 9 enormous dragon corpses all entered the starry sky ancient path. Even a large half of the bronze coffin had entered. Only the tail was left. Yi Fan leapt up and immediately stepped onto it. With a dang sound, he landed on the coffin and forcefully grabbed onto the rusty ancient patterns. He turned around and gave one last look at his old friends. The scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The all-powerful monkey who swept through his enemies with a black gold rod, the dark-faced Li Heishui, the young and obedient little girl, the unreliable and scoundrel Black Emperor, the purple-clothed Ji Ziyue who gazed at the starry sky. Farewell, it would be difficult to see them again. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and entered the starry sky ancient path. Yi Fan also disappeared from this world. Chapter 688. The ancient desolate forbidden land was one of the 7 great life forbidden zones. The living were forbidden to enter, and those who entered would fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, the people at the edge of the forbidden land were first petrified, and then they broke into an uproar. A person had disappeared from this world just like that, heading into outer space and entering the ancient star domain. There were records in some undying inheritances that the rainbow altar could allow one to cross the starry sky and travel an incomparably great distance. It was unknown how many years had passed, but there had been no such person for a long time. It was impossible to construct this kind of altar, and even more so, no one could activate it. Yet now, there was a person who leapt into the sky like this. Little Yi Yi. Amidst the clamor, there were also cries of reluctance. It was hard to part with him in life and death. Yi Fan disappeared just like that, riding on an ancient bronze coffin. This shocked many cultivators outside the Forbidden Land. This was a shocking result. After the 9 dragons' coffin disappeared, the rainbow altar did not sink and continued to float there. Moreover, it flickered with brilliance and dazzling symbols, engraving itself in the void. Above, the enormous 8 trigrams diagram did not collapse. Instead, it began to shake violently. Metallic luster flowed about, as if it was cast from divine gold. At this moment, behind the 8 trigrams Taiji Gate, within the dark starry sky ancient path, the 9 dragons' coffin was frozen in place. It floated in the void, and no one could see it. At this moment, Yi Fan was sweating profusely. His hands were constantly moving, and the 8 trigrams Taiji Gate formed by symbols changed along with his hands. He was using the method the Black Emperor had taught him to change the spatial coordinates. He wanted to correct his position and embark on the path back to ancient Mars. Yi Fan did not know the coordinates of ancient Mars, but he found a method from the imprint the Black Emperor gave him, and that was to completely change and reverse the original direction. The next stop might be the star domain where ancient purple star is located, or it might be another ancient source of life. As long as I reverse the direction with the forbidden technique, I will be on my way back to Mars. Yi Fan did not have time. He quickly changed the 8 trigrams behind the starry sky gate, making them flicker and instantly freeze the ancient coffin. Then, with another series of movements, the reversal was successfully corrected. With a loud sound, the Taiji Gate in the 8 trigrams diagram opened, and the 9 dragons' coffin was about to reverse. That is, outside the Forbidden Land, everyone was stupefied. They saw an inconceivable scene. The 9 dragon corpses and giant coffins appeared out of thin air again. What happened? Did the star crossing fail? Why did that ancient path disappear? Why did the dragon corpse and coffin appear again? Everyone was puzzled. They thought that the crossing had failed, and the dragon and coffin had been sent back to this world. However, before their cries of alarm ended, the copper coffin and dragon corpse began to withdraw, entering the other side of the starry gate. The coffin was in front, the dragon behind, everything reversed, entering a starry ancient path. I've succeeded. As expected, I'm a prodigy. My deduction has come true. My judgment was correct. The large black dog exclaimed. You damn dog. You're really unreliable. I don't believe that a sow can climb a tree. How dare you test such a big thing with little Yezi? You really should be skinned alive. Pangbo wanted to strangle it. This time, the copper coffin moved in reverse, entering another ancient path, and was about to disappear. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix traveled over from afar. A woman quickly approached, arriving at the edge of the ancient forbidden land. From the top of her head, a streak of golden light that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed out, instantly entering the forbidden land of life like a proud true dragon. Li Xiaoman. Pangbo was shocked. Li Xiaoman's body trembled. After that streak of golden light rushed out from the top of her head, her body swayed, as if she had expended a great deal of energy. The blazing golden light was like a god, like an ancient vicious beast, dancing through the universe, directly above the abyss, charging towards the 9 dragons' ancient coffin. What? What kind of power is this? She can fly in the forbidden land. No, she's using a supreme forbidden tool that's frighteningly frightening. I've never seen or heard of it before, and it can temporarily use magic power in the forbidden land. Everyone discovered this fact in shock. The tens of thousands of meters of divine light was like a golden ancient crocodile, instantly traveling hundreds of miles, bombarding the sacrificial altar and the 8 trigrams Tai Chi gate. Li Xiaoman, what are you doing? Pangbo roared. If the 5-colored sacrificial altar was destroyed, Yi Fan, who was still crossing, would inevitably shatter in the void, and the copper coffin and dragon corpse would most likely fall out unscathed. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who dared to do this, risking death to enter the forbidden land and take drastic measures to stop Yi Fan from crossing the star domain. However, the tens of thousands of meters of golden divine light didn't succeed. Above the ancient abyss, several ancient people took action at the same time, raising their fists towards the sky, attacking together. This was a heaven-overflowing fluctuation, and a total of 5 matchless experts took action. 5 heaven-defying lights, accompanied by the descent of the heavenly Tao, were incomparably grand, shattering the godlike brilliance. A mournful scream rang out, and the divine light was annihilated, disappearing completely. Not even a trace of it could escape. Outside the forbidden land, Li Xiaoman violently trembled, and then her body turned into a black hole, disappearing on the spot. What? Just now, I felt a trace of divine power, possessing an undying aura. This is a type of ancient forbidden magic incantation, a support technique for the descent of foreign deities. Correct, that woman's cultivation isn't that great. That isn't her power, but another divine might. Li Xiaoman, I will kill you in Yi Fan's place. Pangbo shouted loudly. None of this had anything to do with Yi Fan, because he didn't know that this scene had happened at all. The reversal of the ancient starry sky path succeeded, and he entered eternal darkness. He truly left this world, sitting on the copper coffin, gazing forward alone. He really wanted to see the bewildering light. The cosmos was boundless, and the star domain was endless. However, even more places didn't have stars, and it was deathly silent and gloomy. There wasn't a single sound in the boundless cosmos. The terrifying desolation, the bone-shattering coldness, the boundless darkness, this was everything. This was the cosmos, nothing else. Forget about humans. Even a star was as small as a speck of dust. In this boundless ancient cosmos, everything was insignificant. Even though the 9 dragons pulling the coffin could destroy stars and destroy great regions, in this vast dark void, it was too insignificant. It couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. Yi Fan set out alone, traveling into the distance. He couldn't feel the flow of time, and it was as if he was eternally frozen at this moment. Am I crossing the star domain? Why does it feel like it's eternally still? He felt as if he hadn't left and was still in this ancient starry land. The only difference was that he had entered a dark box, and he couldn't find the way out. What happened? Could it be that I failed to cross? That 5-colored altar is missing a crucial central pillar. Could it be that there's a problem because of this? Yi Fan seriously pondered. He had to understand the current situation, or else he might die from exhaustion in this still cosmos. The copper coffin was advancing. He saw a large meteorite in the void, several thousand zhang in height, and it was currently moving away. This made him feel slightly more at ease. This isn't right. Crossing the star domain shouldn't be this slow. I should be moving forward in a flash. What did I encounter? Yi Fan's heart was filled with endless doubts. There was definitely something wrong this time, and it was completely different from when he was passively drifting in the star domain. Suddenly, he felt that his speed was extremely fast, as if he was synchronized with light. Then, he entered a tunnel. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that time was in disorder. One moment it was very slow and the next moment it was very fast. The instant and the distant, it was as if he had experienced a long century. This is too terrifying. To encounter all kinds of problems while traveling through the starry sky, no wonder even the ancient saints found it difficult. In the end, Yi Fan felt as if he had experienced thousands of years. He was about to petrify. Facing the endless darkness and silence, he almost went crazy. In this vast cosmos, there was nothing except for him sitting on the copper coffin and the 9 dragon corpses floating alone. There was nothing else. Yi Fan sat on the coffin and used cultivation to pass this lonely time. He comprehended the heavenly Tao, the cosmos, the void, and understood his own heart. Finally, he gradually calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. There was a faint light passing through in front of him. That was a star domain. Dong! With a violent tremor, the 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin seemed to have jumped out of a black hole. They appeared in the present world and immediately transcended. All of this happened so suddenly. There was starlight in the surroundings. Although it was still dark and cold, it was different from what he saw before. It was no longer that monotonous. The 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin were almost motionless. They stopped here and no longer moved forward quickly. Instead, they floated slowly and aimlessly in the cosmos. I broke free from a swamp and jumped out of a black box. Where is this? Yi Fan stood on the copper coffin and stabilized his body with magical power. He gazed into the distance. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. The instant he turned around, he saw 7 special stars. That was the Northern Dipper star domain. He stayed in that world for 10 years and meditated every day. He had different senses for different star divine powers. Therefore, even though the positions of the 7 stars had changed greatly, he could still recognize them. Why is it like this? Did I not set foot on the way back? Why didn't I travel far from the neighboring Northern Dipper star domain? Is it really because the 5-colored altar is incomplete? It was close to the Northern Dipper star domain. Yi Fan felt that if he relied on flying alone, he might be able to fly back in his lifetime. However, if he wanted to fly back to the ancient Firefly star and Earth, there was no hope. The distance was too far, and he couldn't determine the coordinates. He came to the outer region and entered the boundless cosmos. He was far away from the source of life and saw nothing but desolation. This was the real situation. I tried my best, but I still failed in the end. I still couldn't set foot on the way back and instead fell into the lifeless ancient cosmos. In such a dark sky, he couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. He wasn't an ancient saint, nor was he an ancient emperor. It was difficult for him to cross the star domain. Do I really have to spend my entire life flying back the way I came and return to that world? Yi Fan was unwilling to give up. He pondered silently in his heart and then sat cross-legged on the ancient coffin. He began to cultivate in the cosmos alone in the outer region. The 9 dragon corpses dragged the ancient coffin in the darkness aimlessly for more than 2 months. On this day, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed something. Suddenly, he was greatly shocked. At the end of the cold void, there was something lying in disarray in the darkness. It was relatively close to him. What is that? He activated the divine eyes of origin and looked forward. His heart was filled with shock when he finally saw it clearly. It was a purple gold warship. It was unknown how long it had been floating for. It was dark and without light, filled with the traces of time. It was incomparably dilapidated and deathly still. An ancient warship in the dark and cold cosmos. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He actually saw such a ship in the desolate cosmos without any source of life. It was truly shocking. It has been floating for at least 100,000 years, perhaps even longer. Yi Fan felt a type of ancientness and vicissitudes. On the purple gold warship, there were many grooves and large holes hacked out by ancient weapons. It was unknown what kind of world-shocking battle it had encountered. Time was merciless. It was covered in the dust of the cosmos and had long lost its luster. After several 100,000 years, it was still simple and crude. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. He sensed something and his expression changed. What? Life fluctuations? Could it be that there are still living existences on the warship? Chapter 689. An ancient ship that had existed for who knew how many years, dark and without light, mottled with rust, rested in front of him. They were about to meet. However, there was a trace of fluctuation, one that was extremely similar to the aura of life. This left Yi Fan extremely shocked. Several 100,000 years had passed, so how could there still be living things? All life source energy descended. He activated the cauldron, suspending it above his head, covering him tightly like a curtain of rain. Then he held the black gourd in his hand, facing it seriously. The 9 dragon corpses didn't show any reaction. The enormous bronze coffin continued to float forward, silent and without any changes. In the darkness and coldness ahead, the purple gold ancient ship finally approached, arriving before his eyes, about to brush past him. The ancient weapon scars on its surface recorded a past event no one knew about. In the past, that battle definitely happened in the star domain, at the very least ancient saint-level figures participating, or else there was no way it could reach the depths of the cosmos. Yi Fan was a bit moved. This type of ancient ship's past owner was definitely incomparably powerful, yet it was beaten to this state. Who knows? There might be a tremendous secret hidden within. I'm about to miss it. That strand of fluctuation is still like this. Should I board it and take a look? There wasn't any danger, and that strand of fluctuation wasn't that powerful. This made him feel restless, really wishing to get to the bottom of it. The boundless cosmos was vast and boundless. As he traveled like this, it was difficult for him to find anything related to life and civilization. In the dark cosmos, being able to see this type of ship was truly a type of miracle. Several 100,000 years have passed. There might not be any living creatures, and there might not be any fluctuations of life either. Yi Fan seriously thought about it, feeling that the chances of there being life were extremely low. This ancient ship was worth boarding. It might very well be a tremendous divine treasury that involved ancient saints. Any random artifact would be priceless. The instant he was about to miss it, Yi Fan took action. A streak of divine light shot out from his palm, connecting it to the enormous and grand old-fashioned warship, allowing it to move at the same pace as the dragon corpses. There was still no reaction. There was no sound from the warship, no calls, no waves. It was deathly still. Yi Fan did not disembark immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. The body of the ship and the bronze coffin moved side by side. It was impossible to say who changed whose trajectory. In this dark universe, there was no sense of direction. Observing it up close, one could see the vastness and antiquity of this warship. Yi Fan felt that those cracks were at least several 100,000 years old. This type of purple gold was unordinary. It was refined 100 times into divine gold, completely different from what one would normally see. A type of divine power was infused into it, and undying patterns were carved on it, allowing it to remain undamaged until now. At the very least, this is the method used by the ancient sages to refine the sacred weapons, even though it's almost destroyed. The ship's body was in tatters. Blade marks and sword holes could be seen everywhere. This was a great battle that took place in the depths of the cosmos. Just thinking about it made one's heart pound. The events of the past made one fascinated. Yi Fan tried to use his divine sense to investigate, but he was shocked to find that this ancient ship could obstruct his powerful divine sense, unable to see through it. After another hour, he was convinced that the danger was minimal. Only then did he board the ship and enter the dilapidated cabin to explore the ruins. Fluctuations, it's right ahead. The cabin of the ship was vast and boundless, like a huge palace. There were all kinds of halls and ancient secret rooms inside, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. This didn't seem like a ship, but more like an immortal residence. It was vast and boundless, and everything could be found there. He even saw a dried-up medicinal field. Of course, not a single blade of grass grew inside. The spiritual medicines and other things had all turned into ashes. A divine pearl floated above the medicinal field, but it was also cracked, and the spiritual energy was about to dissipate. Time was the most terrifying power. Everything could be obliterated, and in the end, nothing could escape its reckoning. The fluctuations were like water splashes. Right ahead, Yi Fan's heart tightened. With the black gourd in hand and the myriad energy cauldron above his head, he walked over step by step. A human skull, snow-white and sparkling, like the most perfect work of art in the heavens. It was quietly displayed in an ancient palace, not moving at all, and emitting a gentle radiance. The fluctuations were actually released by her, and it made Yi Fan feel a false alarm. It wasn't the so-called living body. This speed. However, immediately after, he was greatly shocked. This skull was very special. There were fluctuations of the Tao, and it was naturally formed, making people feel close to it. The skull of a saint. He was shocked to discover this fact. No wonder even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the skull was still emitting fluctuations, and it was still immortal. This was left behind by an ancient saint who transformed into the Tao. Transforming into the Tao, one would naturally refine one's own body and return to the natural heavenly law. Only one or two of the hardest bones, which even the body couldn't melt, would remain. Just a skull like this, one could imagine how precious it was. It could definitely be refined into an unrivaled sacred weapon, and it would possess immortal divinity. This is the skull of a woman, Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was a female ancient saint, and from the shape of her skull, part of her appearance could be restored. With such a divine beauty, she must have been a peerless beauty. There are words. In this ancient cabin, Yi Fan saw a few lines of beautiful small words engraved on the copper wall beside the skull. Just like the skull, it condensed the Tao rhythm, because it came from the hands of a saint. Immemorial divine text. Yi Fan was astonished. This kind of ancient text was said to be the common language of all races in the ancient times, and even humans used it. He carefully read it. Because he had two ancient races translate the Sun scripture, he had also learned some ancient characters, and could more or less recognize a portion. After reading it, he roughly understood the meaning, and he was incomparably shocked. There was a person mentioned. Wuxia. So even in the future, there are humans who use divine text. In the boundless universe, eternally boundless and gloomy, the female saint was stunning. She had once seen a supreme character called Wuxia, and she admired him from the bottom of her heart. However, the great Emperor Wuxia only appeared briefly. He accompanied her for a while and passed on a Tao formula to her. Then he disappeared, and it was said that he had returned to his homeland. When he read this, one could imagine how shocked Yi Fan was. There were indeed other sources of life in this desolate universe. Ancient China and the Big Dipper star region weren't the only ones. The great Emperor Wuxia had been to other ancient stars, and he had even interacted with a woman for a period of time. This shocked Yi Fan considerably. If the Black Emperor knew about this, he would definitely roar towards the sky. The female saint entered the boundless star region in search of an opportunity to prove her Tao, and even more so, she wanted to see Wuxia again. However, in the vast universe, she didn't know where to go. As far as she knew, there were only a few sources of life in the entire universe. She tried her best to find one, but in the end, it was hopeless. After her cultivation reached the peak, she couldn't go any further, and she couldn't prove her Tao. In the end, she passed away in the starry sky, and died alone. An amazing woman who admired Wuxia died in the starry sky just like that. The great Emperor Wuxia passed away in the Purple Mountain. He couldn't have known that a woman had once pursued him like this. Otherwise, with his unparalleled magic power, he might have helped the female saint prove her Tao. Did the great Emperor Wuxia really die in the ancient sovereign mountain? Every time he thought of Wuxia, he would think of the Purple Mountain's bell, which had forced back 4 or 5 extreme path ancient emperor weapons. That was simply unimaginable. In this boundless universe, how many sources of life are there? Yi Fan read carefully, and then he was shocked again. In the last paragraph, the female saint had mentioned the ancient path of the stars. Unfortunately, when she discovered the ancient path, she didn't have much life left, and couldn't pursue it. The female saint had seen the ancient ship before she passed away, but before she could explore it, she passed away. She was just a latecomer. This skull was a priceless divine object, but Yi Fan didn't want to profane it. If he could really return to the Big Dipper star region one day, he would consider bringing it to the Purple Mountain. Suddenly, When his hand was close to the crystalline skull, he felt an extreme chill. The chill pierced into his bones, and even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand it. Ding! When the skull was lifted, a jade pendant fell down. It was less than an inch long and shaped like a crescent moon. It was clear that it was the female saint's favorite object. The bone-piercing chill was emitted by it, and it could freeze one's soul. If it wasn't Yi Fan, but another cultivator, they would most likely have become an ice sculpture. Lunar Saint Power. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. Enduring the extreme cold, he held the jade pendant in his palm and observed it carefully. Only those who had cultivated the lunar scripture could cultivate this kind of saint power. It's just a jade pendant. How can it emit the lunar saint power? He tried to use his divine consciousness to enter the jade pendant, but he immediately felt as if he was being pricked by needles. His head felt like it was splitting. The lunar saint power in the ancient jade was even more terrifying. Could the Tao formula that great Emperor Wuxia gave her back then be in the jade pendant? He had a bold thought. In the end, Yi Fan put away the skull and the jade pendant and continued forward. The ancient cabin was vast and boundless, and there were many places waiting to be explored. Along the way, he saw pieces of scrap metal. Without a doubt, they must have been divine weapons and ancient treasures many years ago. The battle back then was very intense. There were traces of destruction everywhere in the ancient cabin. There were no bones, only some bone dust. It's not a human. Yi Fan also found some broken scales among the bone dust. There were even a few divine feathers buried in the bones. They belonged to a very powerful alien race. Not long after, he came to a magnificent temple. His eyes trembled as he finally saw a human-shaped bone dust. There was even a finger bone that had not melted. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even longer. To be able to leave a finger bone, this person must have been unimaginably powerful when he was alive. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. There were words under the bone dust, and they were still divine characters. He squatted down and carefully observed them. He saw the words Ancient Starry Sky Road again. I discovered the Ancient Starry Sky Road. It leads to. The words suddenly stopped here, unable to continue. This person seemed to have died from exhaustion. What a pity. Yi Fan sighed softly. Soon after, he finally approached the center of the ancient ship. When he pushed open a set of copper doors, he immediately came into contact with a dust-covered mysterious land. What entered his eyes was a sparkling and translucent expanse. There were rows and rows like coffins. There were dozens of large pieces of divine source. Heavens, so many! Even though Yi Fan had seen many things, he still couldn't help but cry out. There were more than 40 large pieces of divine source, and every piece was 2 or 3 square meters in size. There was an ancient creature sealed within. He was truly stunned. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons didn't have this much. What kind of power was this? If they were all archaic kings, it would be enough to shock past and present, making one's blood run cold. Something's wrong. Yi Fan quickly discovered something strange. There were so many divine source pieces in the same cabin, yet there wasn't the slightest bit of divine force fluctuations, nor was there any dazzling radiance. On the contrary, they were all a bit dim. The essence of the divine source has all been used up, and only an empty shell is left. This type of scene was even more terrifying. All of the divine source had been used up. Just what kind of great calamity did the ancient creatures inside experience? How many years had they floated in the cosmos? Are they all archaic kings? Are they all dead? Their flesh, bones and weapons are all priceless divine objects. Chapter 690. The ancient purple copper ship was dark and rusty. It was dilapidated and old. 43 divine sources laid in the center of the ship, all of them exhausted of their divine essence. Are all the archaic kings dead? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Every archaic king had boundless magical power. They could summon the wind and rain and were omnipotent. A single one of their weapons could shock the world. Without reaching the ancient saint realm, it was impossible to compete with the archaic kings. If there were dozens of ancient weapons sealed in these divine sources, just the thought of it was frightening. Yi Fan observed carefully. The creatures in the divine sources were all different. Some had dragon heads, some had 9 eyes, some were like divine phoenixes, and some were no different from humans. They all had a terrifying aura. Although they were motionless and their life essence had dried up, the aura of a dead king was still incomparably terrifying. In addition, although their postures were different, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all dried up like firewood. They were all skin and bones, and their essence energy had been exhausted. Moreover, they were all incomparably old. Their skin was wrinkled beyond recognition, as if they were old ghosts that had lived for several lifetimes. It was extremely awe-inspiring. Not only did each king exhaust 2 or 3 source blocks, but they also exhausted themselves to the point where they were like lamps without oil. What did they experience? Yi Fan didn't understand. Even though they were archaic kings that had lived for tens or even millions of years, they shouldn't have exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Could it be that these ancient kings lived in an even more ancient era? If this was the case, it really made one's hair stand on end. Just how ancient was the origin of life? However, Yi Fan also thought of another possibility. Traveling through the star domain was extremely dangerous. There were some mysterious ancient stars that could deprive one of their energy. Perhaps these ancient kings had experienced some terrifying places and exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Then, without divine essence, they naturally died of old age. There were so many ancient kings and an entire ship full of experts. Something must have happened during the most glorious period of the archaic races and they all died together. Yes, traveling through the universe will consume energy. I have some divine source blocks on me. Once I exhaust them, I will follow in their footsteps. Yi Fan warned. In the desolate universe, there was nothing but darkness and coldness. One couldn't even breathe. If one didn't have origin blocks, they could only exhaust their own essence energy. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted. In the universe, one could only capture essence energy when they were close to a few large stars. But most of the time, they were in the darkness and could only waste it. In this world, only those who had reached the Saint Realm could forcibly extract the source energy of the universe from the deathly still sky and use it for themselves. This was also the fundamental reason why only ancient saints could roam the starfield. Ordinary people couldn't even sense the free energy in the universe, let alone use it. It was impossible. The divine source on me can support me for many years. I don't have to worry about it for now. Yi Fan stared at these god source blocks and thought for a long time. He then wanted to try to break one of them and cut out the ancient kings' corpses and their weapons. Any one of the treasures on these people was a heaven-defying item. Who knew how they could be gathered together? There were so many of them. Kacha! A light sound rang out. He cut open a crack in the divine essence shell of an ancient creature with an ancestral dragon head and a human body. Not all archaic kings evolved to be exactly the same as humans. Some were conservative and would leave behind their own unique characteristics. This corpse was especially heavy. It was difficult for the divine source block to move it. This was an archaic king. Even a single fingernail was heavier than a mountain. The divine source block had just cracked open a crack, but a horrifying aura flowed out. Even though the ancestral dragon head was withered, it was still horrifying and made one's body feel like it was about to split apart. Yi Fan mainly wanted a pair of dragon horns. If he could get them, he could definitely refine them into a pair of divine objects. It seemed like they hadn't decayed under the passage of time. Because of the oppressive aura, it was as if a blade had slashed over. Kacha! Suddenly, another cracking sound rang out. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't continue to cut open the source, so why did this sound come out on its own? Suddenly, he felt his blood run cold. Could it be that something wanted to come out on its own? At this moment, his entire body went cold. There were so many archaic kings. Could it be that none of them had died? When he thought of this possibility, Yi Fan's scalp felt goosebumps. He felt a wave of numbness. Traveling through the starry sky was terrifying as expected. Kacha! This time, he heard it very clearly. The sound came from the front, and it wasn't that far away. He immediately stood up and pressed forward with the black gourd in hand. At this point, it was better to make the first move. In the depths of this ancient cabin, there was a treasured palace. There were 3 divine source blocks inside, and they stood on the ancient palace's high platform like divine statues. One of them was cracked open, and sealed inside was an existence like an evil god. Its hair was scarlet like blood, and it actually had 1,000 arms. It sat cross-legged inside like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Of course, its appearance was far from that of a Buddhist figure. Its skin was black, and apart from its scarlet hair, Every inch of its skin was flickering with black light. Is this also a powerful archaic king? At first glance, Yi Fan's heart sank. The three in this ancient palace were very strange, and they seemed to be a bit more powerful. Meanwhile, this existence that was like a hand-holding demonic god actually released a strand of aura that automatically shattered the divine source block. There was nothing more terrifying than this. Wang! A strange sound rang through the air. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like a kuan peng flapping its wings. The fluctuations were terrifying. A strand of divine will made its way towards Yi Fan's head to cut him open. Dang! All life source energy shook violently, as if it was struck by an iron hammer. It almost flew out into the cosmos, bringing Yi Fan with it as it rushed out over 100 zhong, smashing into the copper cabin. If it wasn't for the fact that this cauldron was made of special materials and was a holy object exclusive to great ancient emperors, it would have long shattered together with Yi Fan if it was any other weapon. There was a living creature. An archaic king ancestor actually still had life and didn't die from old age. How terrifying was this? Yi Fan didn't care about the consequences. Even if a great emperor came, he still had to take action. He activated the black gourd, and endless flames overflowed into the heavens, burning fiercely. The 9-colored mist threads melted the ancient cabin, turning it into a purple liquid. The divine patterns within were all stripped out, burning everything. It had to be said that the 9th level of the fire domain's holy flames were incomparably shocking. The heat was beyond compare, turning that demonic god's divine source shell into ashes and directly burning it. With a muffled groan, this 1,000-hand ancient king's entire body began to burn. After all, he was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Even if he had tremendous divine might, he still couldn't display it. He was immediately sealed in flames, suffering a type of fire tribulation. However, this was still an inconceivable existence. Not even time was able to clear him away. After experiencing endless years, he still had a single breath left in this world. He opened his mouth and inhaled, unexpectedly absorbing all of the divine flames. His burning body was extinguished, releasing a wave of incomparably terrifying might. What? Yi Fan was horrified. The 9-colored mist threads could burn everything in this world, yet it was ineffective against an ancient king whose body was shriveled and on the verge of death. Just how terrifying of an existence was this? With the black gourd in hand, Yi Fan could burn almost all of his enemies in this world, but it was useless against an ancient creature that was almost completely dead. What was even more frightening was that this 1,000-hand ancient king opened his eyes and began to refine the divine might of the flames. He wanted to use it for his own use to replenish his dried-up body. He didn't know how many years he had been floating in this boundless universe. His divine source was exhausted, and his body was extremely old. He could no longer obtain traveling energy, and only at such a close distance could he capture it. At the same time, his primordial spirit that was about to be destroyed forcefully split out a strand of divine will to attack Yi Fan once again. He wanted to crush him and seize everything he had. "Break for me!" shouted Yi Fan. He turned the myriad energy cauldron upside down and revealed the aura of the ancient saint. It was incomparably frightening, and the entire ancient palace hall was about to collapse. The 1,000-hand ancient king was startled. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes that were so dim that they were about to turn into dust. He quickly retracted his divine will, sensing the danger. In the past, he was unrivaled under the heavens, but now, he was about to die. He couldn't even display a 10,000th of his power, so there was no way he could fight against an ancient saint. "Treasure, please turn around." Gourd Dao Transformation Sword. At this time, Yi Fan shouted loudly. The black gourd moved abnormally, swallowing and spitting out a concentrated ancient universe. Countless stars condensed, and the star domain flickered. It turned into an immortal sword and flew out. Pooh! The immortal sword immediately beheaded the archaic king and rushed past. It was just too fast. Yi Fan didn't expect that after the last time, he would succeed a second time with a casual shout. The black gourd's divine power was unstoppable. Rumble! The archaic king's head fell to the ground, but after a turn, it flew up again and reattached itself. There was no blood on the wound. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This ancient king was as if he had passed away in meditation and couldn't move at all, yet he still had this kind of divine might. It was truly horrifying. If it was in the past, he would definitely be unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan decisively retreated. This black gourd could only be used once, and summoning it a second time was completely useless. He used the might of an ancient saint to retreat. The archaic king stared fixedly at the black gourd. It was unclear what kind of expression he had. He slowly moved his withered body and followed out step by step. Before leaving, Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He lifted up the dragon-headed ancient creature in the outer hall and prepared to smash it at any time. Just like that, one of them retreated while the other approached. After exiting the ancient violet copper ship, Yi Fan leapt up and returned to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The dying ancient king seemed incomparably shocked. He stood on the ancient ship and stared fixedly at the 9 dragon corpses and bronze coffin. However, in the end, he stopped and didn't give chase. A divine power shot out from Yi Fan's palm and struck the violet copper warship. The two immediately separated and then staggered. It gradually disappeared into the distance. In the pitch-black cosmos, only a withered figure could be seen standing on the ancient ship. He was still gazing in this direction. Ziwei Ancient Star, Yi Fan muttered to himself. The ancient ship had originally sailed towards the Ziwei Ancient Star region. Now, after separating, it corrected its direction and moved forward again. He had gained a lot from boarding the ancient ship. He had obtained a crescent moon pendant that contained the secrets of extreme Een. He had also brought back a divine source shell with an archaic king sealed within it. Although it was a corpse, its entire body was filled with treasures. Where am I going? The ancient violet copper ship had gone far away. In this boundless cosmos, he didn't know where his path was. He only knew that he wasn't very far from the Big Dipper star region. He knew nothing else. Of course, this not very far was relative to the boundless cosmos. If he were to fly back by himself, it might take him a lifetime. Yi Fan corrected his direction several times, but he found that it would change back after a short while. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin were not floating aimlessly. Although they were slow, they were always moving in the same direction. He didn't try to change his direction again. He then sat cross-legged on the bronze coffin and began his seclusion. Time passed quickly. For a whole 3 years, he didn't move at all. During this period, the heavenly tribulation descended. There were lightning flashes and thunder rolls. It was incomparably terrifying in the deathly silent cosmos. And most of the time, he was in a state of forgetfulness. He didn't know what year it was, didn't know where he was, and had almost forgotten himself. This time, Yi Fan slept for half a year. He had no perception of the outside world. It was no different from dying in meditation. Suddenly, he woke up from his state of death seclusion. He felt a violent collision and was sent flying. What, an ancient star? Yi Fan was shocked to find that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had fallen into an ancient star. Just now, he was sent flying because he came into contact with the ground. Chapter 691. Dust flew everywhere, and there was a violent sound and a violent earthquake. The 9 dragon corpses pulled the coffin down from the sky and landed on an ancient star. Yi Fan was like a withered leaf in a gale. He was sent flying for who knew how many miles and collided with many rocks. Otherwise, he would have definitely been smashed into a pool of mud. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin landed on this ancient star from the dark universe. It was full of unknowns and there were no clues to be found. Recently, he had been in seclusion and had forgotten about everything. What is this place? Smoke and dust filled the sky. Yi Fan finally stabilized his body and wasn't injured during the rapid fall. There was a huge pit on the ground. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were lying in disarray. They were also unharmed, but the ground had caved in and many huge cracks had appeared. We've landed. Was this the final destination? Yi Fan's heart was moved. He was filled with puzzlement and yearning. He really wanted to know what kind of ancient star this was. There's air. Suddenly, he keenly sensed this problem. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, but he felt a little dizzy. Poison. This made him feel a little dizzy. One could imagine how poisonous the air on this ancient star was. It couldn't be absorbed by the human body at all. Is this a dead star land? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everything in the surroundings could be seen clearly. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were motionless. They landed here, and it could be said that they had run aground and stopped moving forward. This was a mountainous area where not a single blade of grass grew. There were no signs of life. Yi Fan was disappointed. He thought he had come to a source of life. Suddenly his eyes froze and he was shocked. He saw a huge claw mark not far away. It was imprinted on a stone mountain and almost cracked the top of the mountain. What a big creature this is. One claw can uproot a mountain. Yi Fan was quite surprised. Such a barren planet didn't seem to have any living creatures. How could there be such a huge and frightening claw mark? He immediately became more careful. This ancient star might not be as simple as he thought. Otherwise, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin would not have fallen for no reason. Of course, he was even more curious about what route the dragon corpse and coffin were taking. How could they determine the direction? What kind of power was guiding them? Where exactly were they going? Where was their final destination? And what would happen in the end? Mystery. Everything was a mystery. It was difficult for him to guess and think clearly. He had no idea what the final destination would be. Perhaps riding the coffin this time would reveal some of its secrets and reveal the place it had arrived at. Yi Fan flew up into the sky and looked into the distance. He wanted to take a good look at this world. He muttered to himself, "Who is it that is paving the way in the cold universe? Where is it leading?" Suddenly, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He saw a smear of gold on the horizon. It seemed to be a patch of vegetation. It was lush, but the color was too strange. The planet was filled with poison, yet there were still signs of life. He was astonished. He glanced at the ancient coffin and quickly flew forward. After traveling for 80 to 90 li, Yi Fan walked out of this barren land and discovered the vitality in front of him. It was an incomparably resplendent golden expanse. He was dumbfounded. This was a patch of incomparably dazzling golden trees. Of course, they weren't made of gold, but rather they were alive. He plucked a leaf and golden droplets flowed out. When he put it in his mouth, it tasted a bit bitter, but also a bit fragrant. There was also a trace of essence energy flowing. What a strange place. An ancient star with life, a source of special life. Yi Fan entered the forest and walked towards the central area. It had to be said that this was a very gorgeous ancient forest. Every single one of them was golden in color, and was very different from the vegetation he had seen before. Suddenly, a giant golden flower suddenly bloomed on the oldest tree. The stamen rushed over like a tongue and rolled up Yi Fan, collecting him into the flower in an instant. Then it quickly closed. Golden light flowed and dazzled the eyes. The divine power in Yi Fan's body flowed outwards and was absorbed by the giant flower. It wanted to extract all of his essence energy and refine it. "Break for me!" Yi Fan shivered inwardly. With a forceful shake, the flower and the ancient tree were crushed together. It was as if pieces of gold fell down and fluttered about. Golden light flickered about and a lot of essence energy rushed out. He took a deep breath and refined it into his own body. Then with a light ding sound, a crystal fell onto the ground. It was only the size of a pigeon egg. This was a crystal inside the ancient tree. It was golden in color and extremely dazzling. It was full of a type of source power. Yi Fan held it in his hand and carefully observed it. He felt that it was extremely pure and holy, even his fingers becoming sparkling and translucent. He was astonished. What kind of ancient star was this? How could there be an ancient tree like this? It was completely different from the life forms of the other world. In this entire ancient forest, only this old tree was special. Everything else was normal and didn't absorb his divine power. In addition, he discovered that the old tree's roots took root in every single tree and absorbed their essence energy. Is it a tree spirit? Could it be an old demon? Or is it just this type of life form? When Yi Fan walked out from this golden ancient land, he discovered that this ancient tree was a ruler. All of the golden tree species provided it with essence energy, but now they were all destroyed by him. When he made his way through, he didn't discover a single animal. It was extremely quiet. Not even the slightest bit of sound. It was so quiet that it left one in despair. Just what kind of ancient star is this exactly? In the distance, an expanse of dazzling purple light transmitted over. It surged like a flood. Yi Fan walked forward and quickly arrived here. This was a miraculous plant. Regardless of whether it was the leaves, flowers or roots, they were all purple in color. In addition, there was a dense mist that flickered about like multicolored clouds. This world is truly strange. There isn't a single green tree, and all of the trees look like they were sculpted from gemstones. However, they just happen to have life. This time, Yi Fan paid close attention. There was an ancient tree at the center that was still rather special. It seemed to be a ruler. When he approached, this forest's purple light rushed into the heavens. Then, it turned into an enormous heavenly sword in the sky and hacked down. In a single breath of time, the great earth split open. Earth and rocks flew into the air. An enormous crack that was several zhang wide appeared and extended out for several li. The power of this sword was extremely astonishing. What? Yi Fan was quite shocked. He originally thought that this was just a strange forest that was a bit different from the other world's life form. Yet now, he saw it condense into an enormous purple sword. It made him feel extremely strange and mysterious. Just what kind of world was this exactly? Dang! Yi Fan didn't look down on it. He brandished the deity-striking whip and smashed it down heavily, colliding with the purple heavenly sword. His body trembled violently, and he retreated more than 10 steps. However, he still endured it. The power of this sword was extremely great. The dozen or so footprints on the ground all cracked. Many cracks burst forth and extended in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. The purple heavenly sword shattered and turned into an expanse of purple light before disappearing. A large half of the vegetation here immediately disappeared and withered. The ancient tree at the center directly collapsed. Ding! A light sound rang out. A purple crystal the size of a chicken egg flew out and drew out a beautiful arc in the air. It flickered with powerful divine force fluctuations. Yi Fan caught it in his hands and said to himself, "What is this? Why is there one in every strange tree?" There were 2 crystals in his hands, but he didn't know what they were or what they were used for. It seemed like they could be used as origin blocks to absorb spiritual essence. However, when he tried it out, he discovered that it was extremely strenuous. It was sealed extremely well and incomparably sturdy. It was difficult to crush. Yi Fan continued forward. He wanted to figure out just what kind of world this was. He had to go far enough. Hong long glong. A tsunami-like sound rang out in front of him. Scarlet light rushed into the sky and rumbled like a large flaming cloud. Yi Fan walked forward and saw the real scene. It was an expanse of ancient trees that were scarlet red like blood. Endless multicolored mist swirled around them. These scarlet ancient trees were exceptionally tall. Many of them were dozens of meters tall, and the Scarlet Tree King at the center was even more so, several hundred meters tall. It was like a small mountain that seemed to be carved out of red coral. It was extremely beautiful, scarlet red like blood, and its leaves were sparkling and translucent. However, it was also extremely dangerous. As soon as Yi Fan approached, the entire ancient forest turned into a sea of blood. Then, scarlet multicolored mist drowned out the heaven and earth. A scarlet cauldron that was over 1,000 zhang tall appeared. It was completely condensed from scarlet multicolored mist. It descended from the sky and gave off a feeling that it was impossible to contend against. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The scarlet cauldron was simple and unadorned in shape. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. The cauldron was perfectly round and almost identical to Yi Fan's cauldron. Even the patterns on its surface were similar. The characteristics of ancient China. Yi Fan was stunned. Then, he quickly attacked. This attack was too powerful. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he also felt threatened. It definitely had the divine might of a peak divine lord going all out. Yi Fan didn't waste any divine essence. He directly took out the black gourd. 9 colored flames overflowed into the sky and instantly submerged the ancient cauldron. Kacha! Divine flames filled the sky and the giant cauldron was burned to pieces. Then, the scarlet forest in front of him also withered. The Tree King shattered like a burst of fireworks. A palm-sized scarlet crystal flew out. The divine might was very powerful, and it was like a divine star crossing the sky. Yi Fan caught it in his hand and put it away. Just like that, he continued forward. From time to time, he would see ancient forests. He found a total of 5 colored ancient trees that were all flickering with brilliance. There was a Tree King that gave birth to a crystal. Just like that, he traveled for thousands of miles and discovered dozens of forests. The most terrifying one made his heart palpitate. It was an ancient tree that emitted a black light that shot into the heavens. The black light condensed into the body of a fiend god, and with a single roar, a mountain range collapsed. However, in the end, it was still destroyed by the black gourd. A square-foot black crystal fell from the ancient tree. In this world, there were 5-colored ancient trees. Yi Fan suspected that they were related to the 5 elements. They were similar to the legendary 5-element true wood. Unfortunately, his knowledge was limited because there were very few ancient records. However, he knew that the 5-element true wood was incomparably precious and difficult to nurture. He never thought that this ancient star would have so many of them. Moreover, they were growing well and flourishing. 2 days later, Yi Fan arrived at an ancient land. There were actually some traces of biological activity. Moreover, they weren't left behind too long ago. This shocked him greatly. He advanced along a stone forest and gradually approached a giant mountain. When he arrived at a spacious area, Yi Fan was incomparably shocked. Ding! The peak of the giant mountain was very vast. There was an old man there. He was currently stacking 5-colored crystals together to build a small altar. 5-colored altar. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. There was actually a person here. Moreover, he was building the 5-colored altar. Suddenly seeing him like this was a great blow to him. In an instant, he immediately understood. The crystals produced by the 5-colored ancient tree were the materials used to build the 5-colored altar. An ancient tree that could launch an attack comparable to a peak divine lord could only produce palm-sized crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs. Just how many tree kings were needed to build an altar? Yi Fan thought of the 5-colored altar on Mount Tai and the 5-colored altar in the ancient desolate forbidden land. Just how powerful were the 5-colored tree kings needed to build this? It had to be known that some of those giant 5-colored stones weighed 1,000 jin or even 10,000 jin. The stones of the 5-colored altar were actually obtained like this? Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock. These were actually crystals produced by the divine tree. In front of him, the old man only had one arm. He was dressed in black clothes and was building an ancient altar alone. It gave off an incomparably strange feeling. Chapter 692. On this ancient star, apart from the 5-colored ancient tree, there was nothing else. It was difficult to see a single creature. At this moment, suddenly seeing the 5-colored altar and the one-armed green-clothed old man, the impact on Yi Fan could be imagined. The 5-colored altar wasn't very big because the crystals inside were too small. It was impossible to produce thousands of gene boulders like the ones on ancient Mars and the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was hard to imagine just how ancient a tree king was needed to produce such crystals. Perhaps only a saint would be able to chop it down, and even a quasi-great emperor would have to personally do it. The green-clothed old man was tall and had a thin appearance. He looked like an immortal without a trace of the mortal world, giving off the feeling that the ancient Tao was naturally formed. Why was there such an old man here alone? Just what kind of realm had he reached to actually be able to build this kind of altar? One had to know that the Black Emperor had once said that the 5-colored altar's formation patterns could only be carved by great emperors. It was impossible for others to do so, and they wouldn't even be able to understand them. Just how powerful was this person to be able to build an altar alone? His heart was filled with astonishment. Could this be a great emperor? This absurd thought surged up in his mind, making him feel extremely frightened. The great emperors of the ancient times were only legends and couldn't be seen in person. How could they meet? It shouldn't be a great emperor. Otherwise, how could it be a severed arm? Those kinds of characters have long since defied the heavens. Not to mention severed limbs, even if their bodies were shattered and their divine senses were destroyed, they would still be able to recover. He inwardly speculated. He didn't approach and only watched from afar out of fear of startling the old man. The 5-colored altar was very small, no more than 3 meters long, but it consumed a lot of 5-colored crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs, so who knew how many tree kings had been cut down like this? Such a small 5-colored altar might only be used to cross a single person. Is he going to leave? Where is he going? To be able to find an ancient star with life in this pitch-black and gloomy universe, it was truly not easy to see a person. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. He was very far away from the 5-colored altar, and he was still continuously retreating. This was because he didn't know the single-armed old man's cultivation, so he was afraid of being sensed. However, even though he restrained his aura, the old man still looked over, his eyes dim and lifeless, his face expressionless. Yi Fan's body stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. After a moment of hesitation, he strode forward. Since he was already here, based on the cultivation base of this person, it would be difficult for him to escape. Even now, he was still doubting whether the other party was an immortal emperor. The Black Emperor's words had left a deep impression on him. Only an immortal emperor could build the 5-colored sacrificial altar. I'm returning to my homeland, but I can't be buried in a foreign land. When he ascended the giant mountain and arrived in front of the 5-colored altar, he heard this type of voice that continuously echoed like a demonic curse. Yi Fan was astonished. The old man's mouth did not open again, but his voice rang out incessantly, as if it came from ancient times. "Senior," Yi Fan called out. However, the other party didn't even spare him a glance and continued to fix the altar. "I'm returning to my homeland, but I can't be buried in a foreign land." This sentence was unceasing, like an incantation, echoing beside the altar as if it would never stop. Gradually, Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong. Not only this voice, but even this old man was problematic. This didn't seem like a real person. Deity's will. Suddenly, he was horrified. All the hair on his body stood on end. He felt a special aura that belonged to that kind of evil spirit. Yi Fan staggered backwards. There was no mistake. This was the will of a supreme deity. This kind of fluctuation, this kind of divine power, was very similar to the one he had seen in the immortal residence. The former was formed from the evil thoughts of the undying heavenly emperor after his death. What kind of existence was this green-robed old man born after his death? Why is there a deity's will on this ancient star? Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. Now there was no emperor weapon to suppress the evil spirit, so how could he resist? What was a deity's will? It was said that it was formed from the evil years after the death of a deity. It was incomparably tyrannical, and almost no one could resist it. This was a legendary deity, and it was illusory enough. Now there was even the birth of evil thoughts. This boundless strangeness was incomprehensible. Yi Fan noticed that the broken arm had the aura of tribulation on it. It was most likely that the heavens didn't tolerate it and sent down a heavenly punishment to cut it off. It was very difficult to regrow, and there was a power of suppression attached to it. Who can bury me in my homeland? In front of the 5-colored altar, the ancient voice continued like an inextinguishable will. Yi Fan stopped his steps. The origin divine eyes shot out splendor, and he saw an illusory figure standing in front of him. The green-robed old man didn't seem real at all. This deity's will had transformed into the Tao, and what was left was only a strand of will. It wasn't an invincible divine body. This made him both shocked and relieved. How many years has it been? A deity has died on this ancient star. After countless years, a deity's will was born, but it's about to be exhausted. It's almost gone. Yi Fan trembled. It was hard to imagine how many years ago a deity had descended here and was buried on this ancient star. Perhaps he could dig out the corpse of a deity. This strand of will didn't pose much of a threat. Even the evil thoughts had been completely dissolved, and only a kind of persistence remained. It was still fiddling with the altar and repeatedly modifying it, but the changes weren't great. This altar has been formed for a long time, but the deity's will couldn't hold on any longer. It returned to heaven and earth, and without the main will, it can't even be considered a specter anymore. It's just repeating everything mechanically. After standing here for a long time, Yi Fan finally understood everything. Moreover, he learned a shocking secret from the various ancient voices. This deity came from the ancient Ziwei star region. He couldn't forget about returning to his homeland, to the legendary Ziwei star region. In China's ancient myths and legends, the Ziwei star was the emperor star, known as the Lord of Dipper. Yi Fan pondered. It was recorded in the ancient books of Taoism that the Lord of Ziwei was in control of heaven and earth, commanding the gods of the 3 worlds and the gods of the mountains and rivers. He was the king of all phenomena, able to summon the wind and rain, and command the ghosts and gods of thunder and lightning. Yi Fan stood there for a long time. Finally, he didn't find anything else. Then, he moved quickly on this ancient star, ready to find the corpse of a deity. This planet wasn't very big. It was much smaller than the world in the Big Dipper star region. It wasn't even as big as an oasis in the northern region. It didn't take Yi Fan long to explore the entire planet. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find the corpse of a deity. There was only a remnant of the deity's will, the old man in green. He spent a month on this small planet. He almost turned the entire land over, but he still couldn't find the corpse. It's not necessarily a deity. It's most likely the corpse of an emperor, but it definitely won't decay. It's possible that it has already entered the universe. Yi Fan sighed. Perhaps, like the Void Emperor, it had finally buried itself in the boundless starry sky. Along the way, a deity's will was born. It entered this ancient star and wanted to return to its homeland, the Ziwei star region. Yi Fan returned to the dragon corpse and the bronze coffin. He saw the claw mark that almost cracked the mountain. After carefully sensing it for a long time, he was sure that it was the will of the deity from back then. Am I trapped on this small planet? He muttered to himself. In the next 6 months, he fought the ancient tree king every day in search of the divine crystal. Of course, it wasn't to build the 5-colored altar, but to sharpen himself and cultivate. This ancient star was very special. It was naturally suitable for the growth of the 5 elements real wood. It might be the last place in the universe with the 5 elements real wood. This was because, in front of the 5-colored altar, the wisp of will had such a vague message. The ancient voice was difficult to understand. Although it was a wave of consciousness, it wasn't that easy to distinguish. Every day, he would spend a certain amount of time watching the old man in green repair the 5-colored altar. It was just a repetitive work, and in reality, there was no improvement to speak of. It was just the last bit of hope of a specter that was about to dissipate. He didn't even know who he was or why Yi Fan had come. In the end, Yi Fan made up his mind. He was going to take the risk and leave this ancient star to go somewhere else. That was because this ancient star was too strange. It was naturally suitable for the growth of the 5 elements real wood. It transformed all the power of the great Tao for its own use, and it was difficult for cultivators to comprehend the Tao here. In the end, Yi Fan decided to abandon the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin and cross alone. This was because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had really run aground and couldn't move at all. With the help of the 5-colored altar constructed by the will of the deity, he wanted to take the risk and go to the ancient star of Ziwei. Since there was no way forward, he might as well take the risk. The 5-colored altar was almost complete. Although it was very small, there was a certain degree of feasibility. If this deity's will hadn't transformed into the great Tao and lost the will of the main will, he might have already crossed. Activate. As long as he could activate it, he could activate everything on the altar, which meant that he could cross. Yi Fan had been observing here for half a year and had long since discovered some secrets. He injected a wisp of divine power into it, and the 5-colored altar immediately shone with boundless radiance. It had long since been in a half-activated state, and all it lacked was a wisp of inducement. He succeeded after just 1 try. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan climbed up and stood at the center of the altar. A small 8 trigrams gate appeared, and the runes flickered as it opened the starry gate. He didn't have any thoughts of returning to Earth. The most important thing now was to enter a source of life, and the ancient star field of Ziwei was a very strong choice. All of a sudden, the originally unconscious old man in green suddenly opened his eyes wide and shot out 2 beams of resplendent divine light. They were like 2 torches that shot into the sky. It seemed that he had temporarily woken up. The old man in green stretched out a large hand and instantly cracked the earth. He went all the way to the core of this ancient star and took out a sealed stone coffin. Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on it. The deity's will had a trace of self-awareness before death. He almost devoutly lifted the ancient coffin and stepped onto the altar, standing together with Yi Fan. The corpse of a deity. He didn't even need to think to know that the corpse of the deity was in the stone coffin. He had searched for a long time without finding it, but he didn't expect it to be in the core of the planet. How could an ordinary person have the power to grab it? I'm going to the ancient star with him? Yi Fan was scared. This was the will of a deity, and it was formed by the evil will of a deity. It was not a good one. He's about to become Taoist. Let's hope he disappears halfway. Yi Fan was sure that if the old man disappeared, the corpse of the deity would fall into his hands. With a loud bang, the 5-colored divine light shot into the sky. Yi Fan, the old man in green, and the stone coffin with the corpse of the deity instantly entered the back of the 8 trigrams gate and disappeared. Return to your homeland, don't be buried in a foreign land. This was the only sentence that reverberated in the starry gate. Beidou Galaxy, Eastern Barren Territory, Ji family. It was another late night. Ji Ziyue looked up at the starry sky and sat there for most of the night. In the end, she sighed softly. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. She didn't know if the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had reached the other end of the starry sky. She only looked up every night and reminisced about the past. It was hard for her to smile. In the northern region, some important ancient royal families were also looking up at the starry sky. They were discussing a major matter. Are you sure they went to the ancient star field of Ziwei? We can open the altar left behind by an ancient sovereign and try summoning them. But that's too costly. Chapter 693. Big Dipper Star Region, Eastern Wasteland. Within the nest of 10,000 dragons, a few powerful far ancient kings came in and out of the 9 dragon caves. They came from several places of origin and looked at a vermilion coffin floating within. Has the weak human race of the past reached such a level? Even the Saint Emperor of the past was no better than this. The vermilion coffin had been lying there for who knew how many years. It had been submerged in many fragments of the divine source, but not a single far ancient creature dared to take it away. This is the treasure land of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Are you just going to let a human corpse lie here? A purple-haired middle-aged man asked. What? Can't the Valley of Gods just watch? A golden-haired man glanced back. Who dared to move? No one was willing to move the vermilion coffin. Even powerful leaders like them didn't dare to approach. Even their kings would be afraid. In the far ancient era, the human race wasn't weak either. The Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures were definitely created by saint emperors, even if they didn't belong to this world, someone from another race said. Yes. Do you still remember the human demon who cultivated both the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures? He killed several ancient kings and dominated the world. The human race today is really weak. Actually, we can ask our kings to take action and wipe them out in one fell swoop. We'll make them disappear from this world forever. Don't act recklessly. Be careful of drawing a disaster. Our ancient kings will make their own decisions, a phoenix, like ancient creature said. This was a group of leaders representing the various races. They had been discussing for several days. Finally, they entered the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons and looked towards the crow's nest. In the far ancient era, an ancient king had left behind a divine altar that was divided into 9 pieces. One of them was in the ancient nest that flickered with black light and floated with primal chaos. This human emperor is too powerful. He's occupied such an important place. An ancient creature was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Let's each take a holy object and form a divine altar to summon the Ziwei ancient star region. Perhaps we really will succeed. The consumption is great. We have to be prepared. In the vast starry sky, Yi Fan set out again. He didn't know where he started or where he would end up. He couldn't be sure. I hope I can enter the Ziwei ancient galaxy. He muttered to himself, but he knew that traversing through the cold universe was full of variables. There was no guarantee, especially since the altar was too small. At this time, the green-clothed old man lost himself again. He hugged the stone coffin and lost all self-awareness. He followed along in a daze, walking side by side with Yi Fan. This allowed Yi Fan to let out a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, standing together with the evil will of a deity would have been too much pressure. The corpse of a god, or the skeleton of an ancient emperor. Yi Fan stared at the stone coffin with blazing eyes. This was a priceless divine material that was hard to find even in the heavens. Was there really a deity? He actually wanted to take a look, but he didn't try to snatch it. God knew if the green-robed old man, who was close to Tao transformation, would suddenly awaken. The stone coffin was sealed tightly, and not a single wisp of qi was emitted. Yi Fan had once tried to send out a wisp of his divine sense, but it was impossible to enter. However, he didn't force it. He still clearly remembered that the ancient coffins of Ruthless and the undying heavenly emperor would shatter his body and soul once he got close. This was a strange journey. After crossing the starfield, one could clearly see endless flickering starlight. They were passing through an eternal passage at an extreme speed. 100 years in one breath. 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. 2 completely different feelings. One moment it felt like time was very slow, and the next it was extremely fast. It gave people a feeling that time was changing and space was in disorder. This was crossing the universe. It was indescribable, and it made people sink into oblivion. They didn't know what year it was, and they didn't know where the road ahead was. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan's body trembled violently. In front of him was a patch of gloomy starlight. The passageway disappeared, and they appeared in the deathly silent universe. Why do I always encounter such things? The unreliable Black Emperor formation runes, the broken altar of the forbidden ancient land, and the altar forged by the will of a lost deity. Yifan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had once again arrived in the cold universe. There was no village in front of him, and he didn't know how many billions of miles away he was from the other ancient stars. Now, he was even further away from the Big Dipper star field and the Emperor star. He had arrived at a place of rest without any life. It was too deathly still. If he wanted to fly back, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he had 10 lifetimes. He could only float aimlessly in the universe until his vitality was exhausted and he died along the way. Something's wrong. This place is too gloomy and dark. There's a powerful suction force that devours everything. Yifan was suddenly startled. He felt the threat of death, as if he was facing the heaven-devouring demonic art. He was about to be turned into ashes and refined. What is that? His body was involuntarily pulled in a certain direction. The green-clothed old man and the stone coffin were the same. In front of him, there was no starlight, no light, and nothing could be seen. It was as dark as ink, and he couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. There was no sound or aura as it swallowed the heaven and earth. It was as if a vicious beast that had existed with the ancient netherworld had opened its mouth and devoured a star field. Nothing existed anymore. The power grew stronger and stronger, and it gradually showed signs of speeding up. Yifan's body was on the verge of splitting apart. His saint blood boiled, and his entire body burned. However, there was a kind of coldness that pierced into his bones. What happened? Why can't I control it? It's like 10,000 rivers flowing into the sea, like moths flying into a flame? Although Yifan had a saint physique, he couldn't endure it any longer. He was about to be devoured. He arrived at a place where he couldn't sense the flow of time. Eternal darkness, a boundless land of death. In the end, even the divine fluctuations he emitted were devoured. Even his murmurs disappeared. As long as he moved, some of his essence energy would be melted away. This is... Yifan's heart pounded. This was a terrifying space of death. Any living being that entered would be devoured and melted away. It was as if he was facing the ruthless great emperor who had stunned the ages. He accelerated forward and was about to return to eternal silence. It was as if his body was about to disintegrate. A terrifying power rushed over and pulled him down at an extreme speed. The green-robed old man lost his divine will and was at a loss. His body had almost disappeared, and he didn't show any expression at all. He just hugged the stone coffin in a daze. The universe is too vast. There are deathlands everywhere. It's eternal and endless, but it's hard to find a place with life, Yifan sighed. He had left the Big Dipper star field and traveled alone for several years. All he saw was darkness and coldness. There wasn't a single sound, and it was the same loneliness throughout the ages. Now, he already knew that he had entered a dangerous place. If there were no accidents, even an ancient saint might not be able to save him. This was a cosmic black hole that could destroy eternity. It would disintegrate and devour everything that entered its surroundings. Unless a saint came, there was no way to escape. Yifan strongly suspected that the first ancient scripture created by the ruthless great emperor, the heaven-devouring demonic art, was inspired by this. Now, he was practically facing a powerful attack from a saint-level figure. How could he escape from it? If he really fell near the center of the black hole, it would be the same as the great emperor's attack. He would die without a doubt. Even a god would not be able to save him. What should I do? Yifan really had no other way. He thought about his powerful methods and unparalleled physical body, but he hadn't reached great success yet. If he went in, he would definitely be turned into ashes. Although the deity striking whip was strong, it couldn't collapse the black hole. There was no divine will to attack. Although the myriad chi cauldron was strange, it couldn't absorb the black hole. The most powerful method was undoubtedly the black gourd. Other than flames, it could also release a shocking attack. However, no matter how sharp the celestial sword released from the gourd was, could it cut the black hole? If only the 9 dragons were pulling the coffin. Maybe the little coffin could release the power of the extreme path and stop the black hole, Yifan muttered to himself. His gaze stopped on the stone coffin held by the god's will. Maybe he could only rely on it. If it wasn't a god inside, it was the corpse of an emperor. Although it was dead, it might be able to resist the black hole. They were getting faster and faster as they rushed towards the black hole. Yi Fan couldn't bear it anymore. He used the cauldron to protect himself and the black gourd. Finally, they fell into eternal darkness. Even the divine eye of origin was useless. When they opened their eyes, the divine radiance was absorbed and even their eyeballs almost flew out. Dong! The gods will seem to awaken. The moment it was about to disappear, it shook violently and a crack appeared on the stone coffin in its hand. Boom! All of a sudden, a torrential aura exploded from the stone coffin. The black hole was already terrifying enough, but the aura inside the coffin was even more frightening. It was as if it wanted to destroy the universe. It directly collapsed all the regions outside the black hole, destroying everything. This was definitely an unimaginable supreme being. A strand of aura shot out and destroyed the universe and all living things. Nothing could stop it. Not even the black hole could devour it. Yi Fan's heart trembled. As expected, if it wasn't a god, then it was an emperor's corpse. It definitely couldn't be anything else. It was too terrifying. He wrapped the immortal treasure of the chaotic nest of myriad dragons and used the myriad chi cauldron to suck himself in. At the same time, he used the black gourd to protect himself and barely didn't shatter. Dong! The stone coffin was extremely terrifying. It pierced through the edge of the black hole and broke through. It rushed out and couldn't be stopped at all. This was just a corpse. How powerful would it be when it was alive? Yi Fan didn't know and couldn't imagine it. He was already an expert, but he couldn't estimate it. He left the black hole and entered a bone-chilling and desolate land that could freeze one's soul. Great holy force. Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately felt this terrifying power. Not long after leaving the black hole, he encountered this most fundamental thing in the universe. Buzz! A crescent moon pendant on his body trembled and released a wave of great true force that could seal the heavens. It almost obliterated Yi Fan. He opened the black gourd immediately and released the 9-colored mist to surround himself. He used the sacred flames to resist it. This is the great ancient scripture. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart moved. With the help of the universe's great holy force, he saw 2 ancient divine characters flashing on the pendant. Great He sat cross-legged in the dark universe and didn't move at all. It was as if he was in the primordial era when the world was created. Great and Great Yang. Which is stronger and which is weaker? Yin and Yang worked together. An ancient heavenly voice resounded in his ears like a curse, playing in the pitch-black universe. In the Big Dipper star region, in a place of origin of the eastern wasteland ancient race, a group of powerful beings surrounded a divine altar. I sensed a wisp of aura. There are life fluctuations in the boundless universe. No, it's a powerful great holy force. Should we summon it back? If we anger an existence like that, it will be a catastrophe. Don't worry. Each race has an ancient king. In the Central Plains, Pang Bo was covered in wounds. He returned from a battlefield and even walking was difficult. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sighed. It's been almost 4 years. Yi, you've finally returned home. Do you know who my enemy is now? When can I meet you again? Brother Pang, are your injuries serious? The barbarian was also covered in wounds. He carried Li Heishui, who was on the verge of death. He sighed. The heaven-devouring demonic art is too terrifying. That woman deserves to die. There's a group of even more terrifying people. This world is in chaos. If not for that dog, we would all be dead. Wu Zhongtian had lost an arm, and blood flowed everywhere. Will that dog survive? Pang Bo sighed. Chapter 694. In the extreme darkness, Yi Fan sat alone in the cold universe, never knowing the path ahead. In front of his brow, a crescent moon pendant floated motionlessly, maintaining a stable distance from him. It was like a divine lamp, flickering with light. However, this light was extremely cold and could freeze anything. The ancient treasures collected by Yi Fan had all been turned into powder, unable to block the cold. In his bosom, there was a black gourd. A flame danced within, and 9-colored mist surrounded it like a thin layer of smoke. He was using the 9-colored flame to resist the power of the Yin. Otherwise, he might be turned into a wave of Yin energy and cease to exist. Moreover, this was far from the core of the Yin. This was the terrifying power of the Yin. Once it was activated, it was difficult to block. If it wasn't for the burning 9-colored mist, he wouldn't have been able to resist it at all. Around Yi Fan, a black mist drifted. This was the source of the Yin of the universe. It was extremely rare even in the star domain, but there was a large expanse here. An endless black cloud submerged this place. The sun's saint power was vast, and it was also because of this that the crescent moon pendant shone as if it had come back to life. Looking from afar, it was like a Yin divine lamp, fixed in front of Yi Fan's brow. It took in and sent out the Yin, forming a close connection with him. He rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, the interior of the black gourd was like an ancient universe. It was boundless and contained endless 9-colored flames. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. The Yin inherited the power of the Yin at the beginning of the world. It was murderous and could not be controlled. It was almost impossible to refine, let alone use it to refine the body. Since ancient times, those who had truly cultivated the ancient lunar scripture to perfection could be counted on one hand. This was fighting against the universe and the heavens for luck and creation. Inside the pendant, ancient characters flickered one after another. Then, they turned into a trembling imprint. It was like the ringing of a great bell, making one feel like they were receiving a type of baptism. Of course, this was an extremely terrifying baptism. Even the Saint Lords wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would definitely be turned into Yin energy and turned into powder. This type of temperature was too low. With a light shake, it could freeze everything within 100,000 li, impossible to stop its spread. No matter where it was, it would become a barren land, all life extinguished. Yi Fan tried his best to calm his mind. With the help of the 9-colored fire strands, he resisted the power of extreme Yin. He observed the imprint in the pendant and comprehended it seriously. Although he already had a premonition, he was still excited when he actually confirmed that it contained the ancient lunar scripture. This was one of the 2 great mother scriptures of the human race. Even ancient emperors would benefit greatly from looking at it. Only, this was still a damaged scripture, not complete. There was a Dao Palace scroll, as well as an Immortal Foundation scroll, missing 3 scrolls, and there was no great Yin secret technique. Naturally, it was sufficient as long as he had the Immortal Foundation scripture. He had already cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation, Dao Palace, for extremities, and Dragon Transformation. All of these were the strongest ancient scriptures. And now, the Great Yin and Great Yang were gathered together, converging into an immortal foundation. It was just right for the Yin and Yang to complement each other, manifesting the legendary Supreme Immortal Foundation art. Of course, this was just an extravagant hope. Since ancient times, who could bring these 2 opposing ancient powers together? Even the sages of the immemorial era cultivated themselves to the point of madness. Great Yin and Great Yang. Which one is weaker and which one is stronger? Yin and Yang complement each other, becoming an emperor under the heavens. These ancient words were like a demonic incantation, echoing in Yi Fan's ears. The incantation originated from the crescent moon pendant, making it hard for him to calm down. Since ancient times, there were many trials and tribulations in proving one's Tao. It was impossible to advance. Apart from great willpower and wisdom, one also needed supreme luck. Ancient scriptures alone weren't enough. For example, the immortal divine dynasties and the holy lands that had existed for a long time all had ancient scriptures. However, apart from the founders, no one in the later generations had proven their Tao. It was as if a path couldn't be walked twice. The predecessors achieved the Tao, blocking the later generations. There was no more hope. However, the Great Yin and Great Yang were so special. There was a legend that if one cultivated both of them to perfection, they could prove their Tao. As long as one cultivated these 2 ancient scriptures, they would be able to obtain the Tao. As for the other ancient scriptures, even if one cultivated them to perfection, they might not necessarily be able to take the same step as their ancestors. They would only be in existence comparable to the quasi-emperor. When the Great Yin and Great Yang complement each other and reach perfection together, one can be called an emperor. How astonishing! No wonder that immemorial sage risked his life to go against the heavens, cultivating himself to madness and becoming a demonic human. Time flowed like water, never to return. There was no epoch in the void. Yi Fan was like a dust-covered fossil. He sat quietly in the pitch-black universe, not moving at all as he silently comprehended. Beside him, the green-clothed old man hugged the stone coffin like a stone statue. It was hard to tell what kind of state he was in. It could be said that he had transformed into the Tao, but he still existed and hadn't completely decayed. It could be said that he was still alive, but he had lost his self-awareness. As for the stone coffin, it was already closed and didn't emit any aura. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Fan to meditate peacefully at such a close distance. In this dark universe, time was the least valuable. The great Yin mist lingered. Yi Fan hadn't moved for half a year and had always been comprehending. Back then when he cultivated the Sun Sutra, he didn't spend such a long time either. He only exited after 3 months. But now that half a year had passed, he was still frowning. The ancient Moon Sutra of the Immortal Foundation volume was extremely profound. It required a pure and flawless Tao heart to comprehend and a powerful divine sense as the foundation to establish an immortal foundation. He had all of these and by right, he should be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, he met with great trouble. Not only was his progress slow, there were even a few times when he almost crippled himself. He cultivated the Sun Sutra and now he was cultivating the extreme Yin Saint energy. The two of them clashed with each other and had no way to fuse them together, almost causing his immortal foundation to shatter. What Yin and Yang complementing each other, what Yin and Yang complementing each other. None of them could be realized. There was only conflict and self-destruction. Pooh! After another half a month passed, Yi Fan coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The sun and moon clashed against each other, causing his immortal foundation to tremble violently. A terrifying wound could be seen in the center of his brows. Great Yin and Great Yang, how can I fuse them together? Yi Fan pondered using all the methods he had. It wasn't that he was overly arrogant, nor was it because he felt that he was stronger than that ancient sage. Rather, it was because he had something he could rely on. He came from the other end of the starry space and had seen Taiji before. Although it wasn't a cultivation art, it gave him boundless enlightenment. Maybe, this might be the most effective method to resolve the conflict between the Great Yin and Great Yang. But even so, he was still injured. The two opposing forces almost caused his immortal foundation to shatter, turning it into primordial chaos. Yi Fan persevered, silently contemplating. He sat cross-legged in the dark cosmos and started to comprehend the Tao once more. The Tao of heaven and earth, using Yin and Yang to create the myriad of things. The logic of life, using Yin and Yang to nourish one's bones. Everything in one's body must conform to the principles of Yin and Yang. I shall start from here. Taiji means that before the heavens and earth were separated, the origin Qi would fuse into one. This is the absolute beginning, the ultimate unity. Yi Fan mumbled to himself, using his heart to comprehend. He circulated the ancient Moon Sutra in his body and started to attempt again. The Tao is the essence. It can't be used as a form, it can't be used as a name, it can only be used as a name. I am the ultimate unity, my body is the Tao, using me to separate Yin and Yang, transforming into two energies, resonating with life. Yi Fan's heart was flawless. He deduced step by step, combining what he knew, evolving the Great Yin and Great Yang, allowing them to advance together, merging fire and water. He viewed himself as the Tao, separating Yin and Yang within the Tao, allowing the Great Yin and Great Yang to support each other. Just like this, another half a year passed. Yi Fan finally had a breakthrough in cultivating the ancient scriptures of Great Yin and Great Yang, obtaining a crucial progress. Naturally, this didn't mean that he had truly fused the Great Yin and Great Yang together. He could only cultivate them at the initial stage. Wanting to cultivate both scriptures at the same time was simply too difficult. Being able to achieve such a small step, other than his talent, it was also because he had absorbed the essence of ancient China for thousands of years, comprehending the Tao by analogy. During this year, Yi Fan didn't move at all. He was like a statue in an ancient temple, solemn and dignified, understanding the Tao. Finally, the 9-colored mist outside his body became fainter. Black mist flowed over. This was the pure power of the Great Yin. Strands of it entered his pores. After more than a year of bitter cultivation, he finally activated the true power of the Great Yin, refining it into his body and cleansing it. Although it was very little, it was shocking. On an ancient planet in the northern Dipper region, within an ancient forbidden ground in the eastern wasteland, a divine platform was flashing. After more than a year, they finally made the decision to face the lonely universe and summon it. The amount needed was great. The divine source was piled up in four corners. Formation patterns flickered and marks of the Tao were densely covered, interweaving in the void. The place was immediately submerged. At the same time, in the depths of the cold universe, Yi Fan woke up. He felt a powerful force tearing at him, trying to pull him into a tunnel. What happened? Suddenly, he felt a mysterious force restraining him. Boom! He activated the true power of the Great Een and pierced it into the void in the distance, entering a tunnel. In the eastern wasteland, the divine platform flashed, and a black mist rushed out. It was filled with a destructive aura, turning the ancient land into powder on the spot, turning it into a frozen land. The holy power of the Great Een. To be able to cultivate the holy power of the Great Een, which race is this king? The group of ancient beings was very shocked. They all retreated, using all kinds of treasures to protect themselves, preventing the black mist from approaching. At the same time, there was a flash, and the divine platform dimmed. Do we still need to summon it? This existence seems to be very repulsive. In the universe, Yi Fan was shocked. He vaguely felt that it was the ancient king he had carried out from the purple copper warship that had attracted the pulling force just now, but he didn't think too much about it. He began to meditate again, cultivating the power of the Great Een. Wisps of mist surged into his body, entering and exiting his pores, allowing him to gradually adapt. Just like that, 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye. Another year passed. Yi Fan's initial success of the Great Een was far from perfect, but he had extraordinary techniques. During this time, he constantly refined the holy power of the Great Een, and the black mist in this ancient region was almost sucked dry. Yi Fan was very focused. Day after day, month after month, he quietly cultivated. He needed great power to continue comprehending. When Taiji moves, it gives birth to Yang. When it moves, it gives birth to stillness. When it moves, it gives birth to Een. One movement and one stillness are the roots of each other. Een and Yang are separated, and the two are established. He had finally achieved a certain level of success by controlling Een and Yang and cultivating the Great Een and Great Yang together, but he was still not satisfied. Yi Fan had been in seclusion in this pitch-black star region for more than 3 years, not moving a single step. Finally, he had refined all the black mist. In the past, he used 3 months to cultivate the ancient sun scripture. Now, he used a total of 3 years to cultivate the ancient moon scripture. The difference in time was huge, but the effects were also shocking. Yi Fan had already been in this desolate universe for almost 7 years. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, after refining the Great Een mist, he experienced a great tribulation that shook the entire star region. The lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying, and a group of human-shaped lightning bolts descended. After that, they suppressed the entire sky, wanting to crush him to death. Finally, he succeeded and took the most crucial step in the life of a cultivator. He stepped into the second level of Immortal Foundation and became a character at the Saint Lord level. To Yi Fan, this was incomparably important. He had a saint physique and had already stepped into the 8 Forbidden Realm. Once he became a Saint Lord, he would be extremely terrifying. He would be able to roam the world and no one would be able to strangle him. Now that I've reached this realm, if I return to the Big Dipper region, would I still have to fear the various sacred grounds? However, he could only sigh. He had no way to return. Late at night, in the eastern barren lands, Pang Bo was covered in blood. He stared at the starry sky. It's been 7 years. Yi Zi, are you still alive? Have you returned to our hometown? Do you know how cruel the battle here is? Cough. Li Heishui coughed out blood. This time, I might die too. I wonder if the barbarians survived. On another ancient platform, Ji Ziyue coughed lightly. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She stared at the starry sky. Little Yi Zi, where are you? Have you returned to the other side of the starry sky? Your old friend has encountered a great calamity. My brother tried to help, but he was still heavily injured by a sneak attack. Chapter 695. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the void, gazing at the Big Dipper star region in the eternal darkness. There was a dim light there, and there were familiar people. He wondered how they were now. 7 years had passed, and many things should have happened. What had happened to those old enemies and friends? Were they still the same as before? Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia hadn't seen each other since they separated. Were they still alive? What was Pang Bo, his old friend who had gone through thick and thin with him, doing? Had Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, and Wu Zhongtian reunited with Tu Fei, who had been thrown into the northern plains? Was that bastard Black Emperor still clamoring about bringing disaster to the world? However, why was there a hidden worrying for him? Could it be that something bad had happened? 7 years had passed. Could little Nan Nan grow up? What changes had she undergone? Was Ji Ziyue, this beautiful girl, looking up at the starry sky now? Was she still grinding her little canine teeth and chanting his name? Ji Haoyue was born with an invincible body. Could he become the #1 among the young generation in the eastern wilderness? Thinking of him, the figure of Yaoguang Saint inevitably appeared. Had this unfathomable genius really soared to the sky? When he made his move, it might be earth-shattering and world-shaking. Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Shi, Yen Ruyu, Little Rock, Xia Jiuyo, Central Emperor, Southern Demon, West Bodhisattva, and so many others, what achievements had they made? Had the strongest divine sons of the Mortal Dynasty and the Hell Dynasty, who specialized in killing kings, appeared? What kind of pressure did they bring to the kings of the 5 regions? The holy lands of the eastern wilderness, the Central Plains Divine Dynasty, and the ancient temples of the West Desert. Had anything major happened in all these years? Was the sickly old man Gai Joyo from 9,000 years ago? How was his body condition now? Was the victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru really the monkey's uncle? How high was his cultivation now? Had the ancient royal families come out? What kind of pressure would they bring to the human race? In the forbidden land of the Antiquity era, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin. Did something happen in the endless abyss? The undying mountain contained the netherworld grass, the black tortoise divine medicine, the enlightened ancient tea tree, and the divine spirit transformed from the green gold immortal tear. Was the supreme existence guarded by the headless night about to come into being? Origin ancient mine, the most mysterious place. Before the archaic times, not even the 10,000 clans dared approach it. Back then, they saw the sun, moon, and stellar radiance being absorbed and sent out. A vast expanse of whiteness with ancient corpses rising and falling. Now that the ancient creatures revived, would they be able to uncover the great mystery of the endless eras? The ruins of God had the South Heaven Gate and the ancient celestial court. Had the monkey gone to look for the immortal peach tree of the battling sacred apes? The immortal mausoleum was rumored to be a vast cemetery for immortals. Were there really immortals buried here? He had never been there before. Too many things. Yi Fan was only momentarily absent-minded when he recalled many past events in the Beidou Star region, most of which were focused on the Eastern Barren Territory. I originally wanted to risk my life and return to my hometown, but who would have thought that I would be stranded in the cosmos? Now, I'm afraid there's no way to return anymore. Facing this boundless universe, he truly felt how insignificant he was. Not to mention a tiny body, even a great star or a star field couldn't be considered anything. They were insignificant, like specks of dust. In this boundless cosmos, humans were truly too insignificant. The strength of a human was even more insignificant. If one wanted to go from one star domain to another, they might need to fly for several hundred lifetimes. There was even less of a need to talk about going from one end of the pitch-black cosmos to the other ancient region. It was truly too difficult and almost impossible to accomplish. I will most likely continue to float forever, becoming a speck of dust in the cosmos. Until my life reaches its end, I won't be able to see anyone again. Yi Fan sighed softly. This was something that couldn't be helped. There was simply no way to change it. Unless he continuously broke through and became an existence like the ancient saints, he might still be able to return. It's been 7 years. Why am I always on tenterhooks? Could it be that something has happened? If some of my old friends have already died in battle, why can't I send them off? Yi Fan was suddenly startled. Could it be that someone had really died? Why would he occasionally feel uneasy and be startled even when he was meditating? Could it be that something big had really happened in the Eastern Barren Territory? Some of my enemies are really unfathomable. If they vent their anger on Pang Bo and the others, that would be terrible. The 2 great divine sons of the god dynasty of the killer had never appeared. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons would find out sooner or later that he had led people there to stir up trouble. In the pitch-black cosmos, Yi Fan sighed softly. There was nothing he could do. He had become a divine lord now, but no matter how great his magical powers were, He couldn't be of any help. It's a pity that the divine body of an almighty being can't frighten them. For as long as 7 years, he had been floating alone in the lifeless cosmos. He had endured endless loneliness, and he had finally achieved what he had today. Compared to the past, his cultivation speed during these 7 years couldn't be considered fast, but it was incomparably solid. He had consolidated every step. If he wanted to prove his way, he had to do this. However, compared to others, this kind of cultivation speed was still considered very fast. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The old man in Xian next to him seemed to have come back to life. His dim and lifeless eyes suddenly lit up in the pitch-black night sky, as if 2 stars had exploded. 2 damaged 5-colored altars flew out of his eyes and collided with each other, forming an undamaged ancient formation platform. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. All of this was too unexpected. He thought that the will of the gods, who had died and almost could not exist, had surprised him again and again. Now he had created an altar. Send me back to the Ziwei ancient star. I will give you good fortune. Abandon me and leave, curse me for 100 lifetimes. The old man in Xian had a terrifying expression as he spat out these words in a low voice. Then, his body quickly disappeared and was injected into the 5-colored altar. In the end, only a phantom image of him was left. He held the stone coffin and repeated the words that were like a curse. He stared at Yi Fan. If you can open the path to the Ziwei ancient star region, it naturally won't be a problem. Yi Fan felt very lonely in this cold and desolate universe without any signs of life. If there was a chance, he naturally wanted to leave and enter a source of life. Swoosh! The light brightened and the old man in Xian became even fainter. His essence energy was injected into the 5-colored altar that was less than 2 meters in diameter. Then, a small pagoda fell out from between his eyebrows. Both he and the stone coffin entered it. Ding! This pagoda was very small, only the size of a finger. When it landed on the 5-colored altar, it let out a crisp sound. Yi Fan was astonished. A creature formed from the evil will of a deity actually had something to ask of him. Could it really set sail again? He waited for a long time, but the small 5-colored altar didn't change. In the end, Yi Fan picked up the small pagoda and activated his essence energy. He injected it into the 5-colored altar just like the old man in Xian had done. Finally, the 5-colored altar was activated. Energy from the dark universe surged over like water. This was something he could sense but couldn't absorb. Boom! In this pitch-black sky, for the first time in millions of years, an extremely bright divine light rushed out. The 5-colored altar was dazzling. 5 kinds of divine light formed a 2-meter-tall 8 trigram. It formed a wormhole that sucked Yi Fan in. Ziwei Ancient Imperial Star. Through the deep wormhole, Yi Fan saw a large purple star blooming with divine light. It was fixed at the end of the eternal void. Was that the Ziwei main star of China's ancient mythology? Yi Fan was very excited. The ancients had given it too many mysterious colors. Now, it was possible that he could go to that star region. The starry gate opened up a deep passage that led straight ahead. Yi Fan flew forward at high speed, and from time to time, starlight flashed. He was very nervous. He didn't know if he could reach his destination this time. One had to know that the previous times he crossed, he had failed. He was stranded halfway and even gave up on the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Starlight flashed, and the ancient road went backward. Yi Fan felt time and light distort as the passage changed. Everything became unreal. In the end, with a loud sound, he appeared in the star region with the large purple star as the center. He immediately felt an unusual aura. The aura of the ancient emperors. The deterrence of the celestial emperors. Yi Fan's heart trembled. At first, he thought it was someone who had confirmed the Tao in front of him. After carefully sensing it, he found that it came from this star region. Now, he finally knew how extraordinary this ancient star region was. Before he could think too much, the spatial passageway twisted and turned, quickly transporting him out towards an ancient source of life. The wind whistled past Yi Fan's ears. He felt as if he was about to burn up. He came out of the wormhole and was falling towards an ancient star. This time I succeeded. I've arrived at the source of life in the Ziwei ancient star region. He almost couldn't believe it. After floating in the universe for 7 years, he had no more hopes. In the blink of an eye, He had arrived at an ancient star with life. The ancient world of myths and legends. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was inconceivable. He had never expected that one day, he would truly descend and personally come here. This was a large star, vast and boundless. It gave people an incomparably majestic feeling. Yi Fan had already broken through and was falling towards the earth. He descended rapidly. The blazing temperature almost made him burn. He took out the cauldron and put himself inside, quickly approaching this ancient source of life. The myriad chi cauldron was like a shooting star, cutting through the sky and quickly falling towards this land. Looking from the sky, it was deeply shocking. The land was boundless and boundless. Majestic mountains towered into the clouds and great rivers surged, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. There were also many celestial lands with spiritual energy rushing into the heavens. This was a magnificent world. It was majestic yet beautiful, majestic yet immortal. It shook people's hearts. The cauldron was heavy and ferocious. It descended from outer space and immediately fell into a celestial land. A loud sound rang out. It was as if the heaven and earth were shaking. A cliff collapsed, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Rocks flew everywhere. At the side, a silver waterfall splashed into the sky. All kinds of spiritual trees in the surroundings were broken, and all the jade grass collapsed. A flock of spiritual birds wailed and rushed into the sky in fright, fleeing into the distance. Who dares to break into my Xuandu Cave's 8 Visions Palace? At this time, a boy with red lips and white teeth flew over and shouted. In the cauldron, Yi Fan was startled. He felt that the place the boy mentioned was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he was startled. According to the legends, wasn't the place his father lived in great overarching heaven Xuandu Cave's 8 Visions Palace? Could it be that he had come to this place?